せていくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Piu ơi, Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu 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 piu. Đừng Piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, 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 nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi, để giúp anh.
Bạn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh tao nè.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Finisher, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Finisher, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhá.
Minna! 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
見せてやるよシャリンガンの本当の力をな力が湧いてくる相変わらずやかましいやつらだ
Tôi nói các ông biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các ông hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3, piu đừng piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên, 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 tới mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhá.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! Yoshia! 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói các không biết này, thời buổi ấy, đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 tới hết mà nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Em giúp anh.
よっしゃ第
Bắn bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhá.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
俺に任せて。もらった。四代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましいやつらだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 tới mà nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Em giúp anh.
Bạn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải VIRESA, VIRESA. Bốn anh em mình Legend VIRESA, VIRESA.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhá.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。第7班、ここに復活だってばよ。
とは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。背中合わせで行くわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。湧いてくる。やかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói cũng không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi,
Piu Piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba, Piu đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên nhanh lên tới mana.
Cố lên các anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bạn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải VIRESA, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. VIRESA, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhá.
ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Welcome to the grand finals of the M Challenge Cup for Mekong Season 5. It's been an honor to be part of this journey so far. My name is Leo, his name is Husky, and we'll be bringing you the best of 7 between Nightmare and Leon. Husky, are you ready for this?
I'm so ready. I'm so ready to see what Nightmare and Leon have to show us, right? Leon showed us almost immaculate gameplay throughout the entire group stage. We were hoping that we will see both Laotian teams fight in the finals. We've gotten that part settled, and now we want to see if Nightmare can put up a fight against Leon.
That's right. You saw this coming. Again, I didn't want to call it before we saw it, but you saw the potential in both Nightmare and Leon, and they are but one step away from taking home a $3,000 and of course the priceless slot at MSC Wildcard. Only one way to get it through the M Challenge Cup, and that is through winning it. Of course, whoever loses this best of 7 takes home $1,000, and RLG Vietnam and KOG have already secured 500 USD.
Yeah, and this weekend is a very important weekend too. Not only are we going to see who qualifies from the Mekong Challenge Cup to wildcards, but a lot of other regions are also concluding their qualifiers and getting their representatives. You know, Corinthians just made it through by taking down Influence Rage in the grand finals. So Latam closes out. We also have some MWI representatives as well. It's a very eventful weekend, and Mekong is no different, right? With Leon Esports being my personal favorite to take it all, and if that happens, it's another historical moment where Nightmare misses out on a wildcard slot on an international event.
Husky, I thought we talked about this. Leon is my favorite. Again, they have 3 letters in their name that are literally my name. So, I don't know what you're talking about here, but I'm going to jump to predictions because look, Leon has been undefeated in their whole run in the Mekong Challenge Cup. So, would I be wrong to say I think they'll sweep Nightmare?
No, I don't think you will be wrong. In fact, I have the same thought process as you. I'm looking at a 4-0 for Leon Esports, and the burden of proof right now is going to be on Nightmare Esports, right? Can they actually put up a fight against Leon Esports? Can they draw blood from Leon? Because if they can't do it, maybe in the first 2 games, I don't see any way for them to do it when the series starts to drag on.
All right, real quick, a briefer as to what happened in the playoffs. These 2 teams have been counting the days to the MSC wildcard, all right? It begins in July 2025 in the lovely Boulevard City in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And 32 days and counting from today, Nightmare began their journey in the playoffs by losing Game 1 to King of Gamers, as they do in any game they play. Husky, am I wrong to say that Nightmare find it hard to get games started?
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think Nightmares struggle to close off a series in a clean manner. In fact, even when we look at the series that they played, right, they had won 2-0 over ESB Titans, sure, but it wasn't really the cleanest 2-0. And when they fought RLG Vietnam, they actually got ran down by Miguel, right? Miguel's 1-1 caught Nightmare Esports completely off guard, and they lost that series 1-2. Whereas you look on the other side of the aisle, Leon Esports, they were clean sweeping everyone. KOG stood no chance, Rise of Raven stood no chance, and even in the playoffs itself, when Leon went up against RLG Vietnam, they made a fool out of RLG. No matter what RLG did, it did not matter.
And that was RLG Vietnam walking into the unknown. They got a little taste of what we're going to be dealing with at EWC in July, but in early June, this is far from the unknown. These are just same 2 teams that played in the Laotian qualifier for this very tournament, for the pride of their country. Again, Laos has been a presence in the MLBB Esports for quite a while now. We know Nightmare. Nightmare is a familiar name for those of you who are fans of MLBB from all the way in the past. But suddenly, a year and change ago, this new squad, Leon Esports, came into the picture and said, no, we're number 1 now. Look at us. And so far, that has been the story. That has been their spot. Just like how the lion is the king of the jungle, Leon is the king of Lao Esports. But how about now in the Mekong region? They could reign supreme too.
And even having previous members who have played with Nightmare Esports before, Juviana being a prime example, right? And having a Thai coach, Trekotista, who so far has been really shaping Leon Esports into a powerhouse. Maybe today we might see the Lions take down the Grim Reaper themselves, who have dominated the Mekong region alongside Legion Esports, who are already waiting for them in Riyadh.
And here's what's painful. I, as a Filipino, would like to cheer for Nightmare, right? Like, intrinsically, there are two Filipino players amongst Nightmare. I called one of them in action already in MPL Philippines. That's by Lucy in the EXP lane. And then in mid, it's I did. Less familiar with him, but still, Pinoy is Pinoy. But again, you can't change what happened, and you can't change the fact that Laos number 1 versus Laos number 2, even in their own region, even in their own country, now take it on a region-wide scale. This is David versus Goliath. I mean, biblically, David wins, but this is Goliath. Leon is Goliath.
It's even, I think, from any past records, right? Leon Esports again have just demonstrated very flawed play. Overall, it's a team that is so confident. They are built off of confidence and they're built off of momentum. You give them whatever picks there is, they are going to dominate. Like even in Gold Lane, for example, Super Era, he has proven that he can play whatever you hand him. And sometimes they get so confident that throughout the Mekong qualifiers, teams that play 1-1 are willing to first face 1-1 on red side. Red 1, red 2. Leon Esports, they did just that and they dominated all of their games.
If that's what you're impressed by, I'm gonna try to remind you of the first pick blue side Valentina just to block out the Lucas, and then they take it and win anyways. Not just in game, but also in the chess battle, the draft. Leon Esports outclasses everyone they face here in Mekong. I'm sure Nightmare is taking notes. Again, what can Coach Alain do against that? Like, how big and how deep can your hero pool and draft inventory grow in the span of what, 48 hours?
I think, the closest example I have is you draw inspiration from Game 2 in the playoffs, in the semifinals between Leon and RLG, where Game 2 went, 17 minutes, 25 seconds, and that was a draft with Baksha, Joy Moscow, but they threw in the Angela as one of their signature play styles, right? They have someone that can play from the side lanes, the Moscow, to play the macro, but when you want to dive the back line, you have the Baksha and Joy plus an Angela to make it happen. Sure, RLG lost that game, but it was the game where they had the best chance of leaving a mark on Leon Esports.
That was a freak accident, Husky. I don't want to count that as an actual event that can be repeated. Again, we're going in a best of 7. This is a race to 4. You have to have tricks that outlast the duration of an opponent's time to recover. And if you're trying to pull a fast one over Leon, good luck. Here we go. Game number 1. 0 on the board. Leon in blue. Tricartista bans out the Matilda. Coach Alain bans out the Fanny. All right, so we're covering bases.
And Coach Tricartista has been really leaning into a Matilda ban on blue side, and not only that, the Juicin also has been high on his prior list. In fact, Chip also is a very commonly banned hero throughout Mekong, but no team banned Chip more frequently, more consistently than Leon Esports. Almost always he ends up on the 3rd ban on the first phase, regardless of which side Leon is on. So I'm expecting the Chip to get banned out again. They've really been leaning into Kalea opening whenever Kalea is available, but they also showed us that they could run a Valentina XP lane, right? Like we had the 4-5 Farsa into Valentina pick in Game 3 between Leon and RLG Vietnam. So that's something that Leon Esports needs to keep in the back of their minds.
There's a Phoveus ban. Not a hero they usually take out, but knowing Nightmare, and of course how Bai Lucy likes to play the Phoveus, they go ahead and take that out. Nightmare bans out the Lucas. Lucas is just a menace. Not exactly a Leon Esports favorite, it's just they'd rather play it safe.
I don't think Leon Esports has even picked a Lucas. Maybe they have in the group stage, but it's not that, like you say, it's not on their prior list. And I gotta take this moment. Apparently, there have been some viewers in the chat. I say viewers, but it's not say actually our colleagues, Moman and Wolfie, Kaisam Yves, Saint Laurent in the chat. What's up? They have Phoveus, Lucas banned out. Chip should be next on Leon unless they wanna, again throw the ball into Nightmare's court and be like, hey, you want Chip or you want Kalea ban? Pick a poison. That is Chip ban.
This is the Blue 3 special. And Nightmare bans out the Kalea. So this leaves out the likes of a Lo Yi, the likes of would you do an early 1-1 here? Is Leon that brazen?
I don't think you early 1-1 here, right? I know they're brazen, but it feels like a red 2 thing, at least from what we've observed in the Mekong region. They go for the Baksha, which is left open. So that, in of itself, already is blocking out certain picks. But this could allude to a 1-1 pick for Nightmare Esports, seeing that there's already a Baksha on Leon.
And I don't think Leon gets the Baksha very often. They've only played the Baksha record once in all of MCC. Once! And they put it in Rome. Alright, so this is a pick that they're very happy with. Nightmare answers back with a Granger in the hands of Cammy. No secrets here. But what else? Did they pick up a jungler this early? Would you go Haya?
I would. I think Haya, Joy is also open. They go for Fredrin. This is... I had Fredrin in the back of my head, but I wasn't really sure if they want to go for the Fredrin, because now Leon Esports can look at that and be like, hey, you know what? We can pick the 1-1 once more for Super Era. And he has demonstrated time and time again. You put a Fredrin on the enemy side, you put a Granger that needs to skill shot, that 1-1 is going to come out so quick and run you down in the mid game. So I wouldn't be surprised if Leon is looking at the 1-1. Maybe a 1-1 Farsa would be something that they consider, so that they can keep this Baksha option open.
So they're sacrificing their jungler lane to lane to benefit the gold lane. Let's see if this is enough to displace the 1-1. Here's a Kimmy coming in for Leon alongside a CC. Let's see what the patterns look like, because we don't know where this Kimmy is going. They played Kimmy in groups, put it in mid, so that checks out. But when was the last time we saw it in gold? Never. They've never played gold lane Kimmy.
No, they have not. Now that the Farsa is out for Nightmare, this Kimmy has even more options, right? It's not the worst against Farsa. Your ult, actually, if you get the timing right, you can disrupt the Feather Ash, right? So that actually forces ID to be a lot more careful with where he wants to plant himself for his artillery. I can understand the absence of 1-1 because they haven't seen the mid lane pick yet, so probably doesn't feel safe enough to play the 1-1. Not too big of an issue. Again, you keep the Baksha option open, can still flex it into the jungle if we want to go down the utility jungle route. So Nightmare are going to ban out some big assassins, like Hayabusa is the first one that gets banned out.
Leon takes out the Badang. They're not very reliant on the Badang. A lot of teams, as soon as they see a lineup that is Badangable, would go ahead and pick it up. But no, this is what makes Leon so scary. The fact that their hero pool and their strats and their execution is so distinct and so polished makes it all the more difficult to read them. Nightmare bans out the Gatot on the way out of the drafting phase in the bans. But folks, can confirm we have moved venues. This is a new atmosphere for our players here in the grand finals.
And you can feel the pressure. The pressure is going to multiply with the trophy sitting right in the middle of that arena. You know that when you complete the series, the winners instantly gets to head towards that trophy, and on top of that, claim their rights to head into wildcard. And this is where it really puts the mental of these players to the test, right? They've been on the big stage before, they've played in high-stakes situation, but it's always a reminder to how important each game is. Masha banned out by Leon to protect this Kimmy. Both teams are really covering their bases. A lot of emphasis on protecting the backline, and now the show gets picked up by Nightmare for that pick-up potential.
So far, Nightmare haven't really shown much on the show. So too easy for Lexi. It might have been as far back as the group stage since he's last picked up a Cho. But Leon answers back. The solo Farsa is not enough to threaten the Suyo, so they're going to put that in the hands of Water. And let's see what else they close up their draft with. Gold laner, Iritel. So this is a mid Kimmy confirmed.
Mid Kimmy confirmed. If there's one thing we learned from Leon Esports when they faced off against RG Vietnam, I remember game 1 that ended in that became the fastest game in the entire Mekong qualifiers, was that Leon Esports went for picks that dominate the early game, right? I remember even making the call that the game actually ended at 2-minute mark because RLG lost all 3 lanes by the first turtle. And it seems like Leon Esports is going down that route again. Not enough magic damage from the Farsa, that's why the studio came out. Nightmare tried to compensate that with the Edict, but overall, I would say in terms of lane domination, I am leaning towards what Leon has.
Leon has a capability to deny fights. And Nightmare want to fight. They have a Cho, they have a Edith, closed up the draft with that, and they have the Fredrin. I don't know how the Farsa or the Granger can look for fights on their own. And this is going to be awkward. I wonder what Coach Alain mentioned to the boys before he left. And I'm pretty sure Trecartista is just confident. Because again, you're right. Husky, this is a very similar draft to what they have played in the past to get the, 10 minutes, 20-second win. It's a Kimiritel instead of a Kimmy Granger.
But the concept is the same, is to win your lane hard, and then you translate that into an even bigger lead, right? They have very fast-moving roamer with the Baxia. You have fast clear in the jungle with Suyo, and every single lane has the upper hand when it gets into a 1v1. Kimmy is going to shove out the lane faster than Farsa. CC is going to be able to 1v1 the Edith. Same for the Irritel. If Granger misses 1 rotation or 1-2 rotation of the Rhapsody, suddenly Irritel's full combo is going to set Cammy back by a lot. So if Nightmare was watching that semi-finals between Leon and RG Vietnam, that game 1, they should have an inkling that this is coming. That Leon Esports want to win their lane as hard as possible.
And that is the perfect attack to the Achilles heel of Nightmare. A weak early game that then they double down on and convert into major objectives. This is going to be a fun one to watch. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game 1. It's a best of 7. 2 Laotian powerhouses collide with hopes to join Legion Esports in the MSC 2025 wildcard to represent the Mekong region. It's a counter start parallel though. A purple here for Leon and an orange for Nightmare.
And I did instantly shoves up the mid lane and it hits top to try and give Lucy the biggest possible lead possible. And Juviana already expended the flicker forward into Earth Shatter. Great first blood for Nightmare. As Agi late to the party as the Kimmy, Super Nemo also arrived. But this is what Nightmare wants. You want a lane that can at least go even, and they start with Juviana.
This is what I was saying. Nightmare looking for fights. Juviana thought he could take the fight, but if you lean hard into it, Leon wasn't ready for it just yet. Again, Agi late to the picture. Super Nemo was elsewhere. How about gold lane? This is maybe one place that Leon can still go for that strat, still go for the we win hard and then we convert because not much action here. Oh,
Gank onto Jasmine, but pretty mobile with the Cho. So nothing there for Leon. Let's see how if Nightmare can convert this, because Leon, they are going to adjust now. This mid lane is going to constantly be in favor of Leon Esports. Like they had the late one prior for Nightmare because Jasmine helped shove the midway with I did as Super Nemo was leashing the jungler, but that will not be the case anymore.
Because of that first blood in the EXP lane, Nightmare up by about 500 gold. So you can only imagine where that economy is going into this first turtle. I'll tell you now, a lot of it is by Lucy. A good chunk of it on I did. So mid lane is winning. Lexi here gets taken down to half health. Pops the regen. Super Nemo leashing for Agi in water.
The airstrike actually stuns Agi up. Jasmine gets rooted. The traction pulse not enough though. They pick up the kill onto the Kimmy. A double knockout that ended up resulting in the death of too easy for Lexi. Leon Esports walks away with a kill and the objective.
Doing the math, calculating exactly what was involved in that trade, I'd say it's a wash. So that means Nightmare is still up ahead by about a step. Look at the economy right now. The gold lead is shrank into about 100, 200 gold. And it's alleviated off of Juviana. Even with the turtle still up there, there's more rotations coming in from Nightmare elsewhere on the map.
And too easy for Lexi is the one that had to take the brunt of the punishment, being 1.5 levels behind water, losing his Beetle. It just got stolen. Now they find mid. It's Jasmine once more getting stunned. Oh,
That's very un-Agi of Agi. What is that now? Twice getting caught in the early game? He already popped the Purify in the turtle fight, but this is very unusual for Agi.
Yeah, Jasmine actually only hit level 4, taking advantage of the lack of Purify, so that kick set up for a second kill onto the Kimi, which is great for Nightmare, right? They want to keep this going, make sure that Leon Esports at least don't find a lead. You know, I think going even is okay enough for Nightmare. So a lot of it is onto Jasmine, who now needs to somehow juke out of this. He's gonna get stunned up and crowd control into Oblivion as a kill for Super Nemo.
There's only so much a Farsa can do, especially from that far out. Now look at this, all 5 members of Leon in mid, giving Nightmare a run for their money. Traction Pulse on the I did. Tasting Agi's wrath by Lucy against 3.
Current call is going to tie him and 2EC for Lexi to get a perfect for another Stallion Beam, and Super Nemo picks up his second. 2EC for Lexi finally collected by Agi. Another kick, knockout from Jasmine. Sets up 1 kill onto Agi, and now Jubiana gets sent back, but gets the trade back instead. Cammy, and alongside Idit, will now clean it up. It's a triple kill for Cammy, and a 4th in the favor of Idit. Nightmare finds a great fight.
Sloppy start for Leon. Did not expect for them to throw bodies as hard as they have. And here's what hurts the most. A lot of those kills went to Kami. In that exchange alone, 3 kills have been given over to the Granger, and Agi has died 1 more time. What could be going on amongst Leon's communications? Because I don't know if the math checks out. I don't know if this has changed, but if you lose this much and you keep trading in the early like this, with 2 marksmen in your lineup, that's no bueno.
Not at all. Another feather airstrike dropped by Idit. He's gonna shove out the wave. Thankfully, Cammy didn't have Sky Piercer previously. He just got it, so no execution stacks. He's gonna have to start building it up slowly. Turtle incredibly low. 2EC plus, he jumps onto Jubiana as Jasmine zones water out just enough for 2EC for Lexi to claim that objective. Super Era joins him with a heavy crossbow, but Jasmine will be safe. The seal play from Nightmare Traction. Paul's gonna suck Cammy in, but no follow-up from Leon.
Shazbin has been an all-time MVP. From minute 0, this Cho has been in Leon's face. Got at least 2 of the 3 kills on Agi, and he is worth it. That pick in the late part of the draft is so worth it. Nemo pressured again.
Bailed out by Idis, feather airstrike, so that Nightmare Esports can take this bottom tier 1. Open up the map a little bit, you free Cammy at the same time. This is going great for Nightmare.
The Nightmare Esports veteran in Jasmine. He's been with the squad for almost 5 years now, and he's on his way to upsetting the grand finals. Again, we went into this with Leon Esports as the dominant force, as the favored to win, but wow, look at this now. 6.5 minutes in, almost 2,000 ahead. Nightmare are calling the shots.
And this is the first ever game in the entire qualifiers that Leon Esports is not able to get a lead, let alone be put in a deficit at close to 7 minutes, because at this point, usually they were already in the lead, and now Aggie's gonna get picked up again. Another great follow-up by Jasmine to get them the kill. And this Kimi is just not getting anything done.
I cannot put a finger on what is wrong with Agi. He's been just standing there, taking it. I'm pretty sure they had vision on at least 2 members of Nightmare before that fight.
And that's it. This time they find another great pick on the Suyo. Jasmine is just pumping on the gas. He is not letting his foot off the accelerator. Idea gets stuck by Imper Traction Pulse, but able to just fly away. And now that goal lead for Nightmare is starting to look incredibly juicy. It's a 3k advantage, and purple buff stolen as well.
It's that Super Air hasn't died. It's sad that I'm saying that it's just Super Air hasn't died, but he's very low.
This time they will lose Super Nemo instead. Another good kick by Jasmine. Now they'll put pressure on the top tier 2. Nightmare Esports really taking advantage of this lead that they've got with the Fredrin and Sparsa comp. Both long-range damage dealers, Sparsa and Granger, they are deathless. They're farming well, they're eating good, and then you have Jasmine, who is just constantly threatening Leon Esports. This entire draft that wants to win the early game has now fallen apart.
Nightmare seems to have found the formula to not only solve their early game woes, but to catch Leon off guard, punish them for drafting this double marksman lineup that they made work a couple of times in their run so far in MCC, but today against their faded rivals, fellow Laotians, they just can't catch a break. Looking at the items now, oh god, Era hasn't died, yes, but he is down 2,000 and a half gold.
Really not much space for him to work with. Juviana goes down. That Jikundo was just sublime from Nightmare. Flicker from Ida to get more. And he will end up converting onto Agi. Now Super Nemo is going to get gunned down. One last shot would do the job, but not enough energy from Cammy. Once more, 2 kills for Nightmare. And now it is a 6,000 gold lead.
Husky, a loss here for Nightmare is their own undoing. It would take 3.5 major mistakes and blunders for them to let go of this dominant position. Again, just 1 turret over to Leon. 5, again, just necessary deaths, sloppy kills from Leon. But that's it. That's all they have to their name. Nightmare literally owns the map.
Leon Esports also don't have much reliable crowd control, right? All of it requires you to be in the face of the enemy, but those heroes, they don't want to do that. Like Water doesn't want to go in. Super Nemo only has a knock up, a mini stun at best, and Agi only has what, 2 AoE crowd control, but it's also pretty unreliable. Whereas for Nightmare, they have so many ways to lock down Leon, and they have enough burst damage to follow up with the setup of Jasmine and Bai Lucy. And now with this first lord in their hands, Nightmare, like you said, they are in full control.
Thinking about it, if you want to argue, Nightmare has 5 sources of crowd control. Every single hero has some way to stun, slow, or immobilize or displace their opponents. Like even Cammy, right? You throw out a Death Sonata, there's a slow effect upon the end of that when you get hit. So if you're Super Era or Agi running away, there's still a chance that you don't, even if you think the coast is clear. So now, Nightmare are knocking on Leon's doors, blasting through this tier 3 in mid. Oh, they're really trying.
And Super Nemo, not really sure if that was the right idea, because he ended up giving up his life. They do clear out the Lord in a pretty fast manner, so they should keep all their inhibitors up, but all these Death Sonatas are hurting so much. Just now, 2 shots on Cammy was enough to bring Agi down to 50% health. Another wave crashing up bottom, mid, and instantly Flicker engaged. That's by Lucy picking up a kill, and 2 better airstrikes. Then the Sky Piercer was more than enough for Nightmare to kill off Super Era. That's his first and last death this game. Because Nightmare Esports are looking to end the game. Traction Pulse gets put up, but it's only Super Nemo and Agi. And as a wave bot, Agi needs to do a lot of work. There's a ton with energy eruption. Agi gets gunned down once more. Godlife for Cammy, 6 death for the Kimmy, and Nightmare Esports starts off the grand finals in an incredibly dominant fashion.
Game over, man. Game over. I'd say it's safe to say about 2 minutes into the game, there was no way Nightmare was going to lose that. And they know that they're in here for the long haul. Not a single smile, not a celebration, not even a huge discussion. I mean, there's a good dap right there. Crispy with Coach Elaine, but that was very un-Leon of Leon to perform that way. I mean, Agi alone dying 5 times on the Kimmy. I know it's hard to play against the Cho because, again, he's always in your face, but I'm pretty sure there was a cleaner way to approach that.
Yeah, I feel like Agi just keeps putting himself in position where he ends up being threatened a bit too much. That bottom lane, like Cammy held onto it very, very well, was in control the entire game. And game 1, 8-0-5. When they pick the CC, I can see Leon Esports' identity, like how they played the entire Mekong qualifiers until now. Win lane, win game. But a part of me wasn't really sure if that was the right way to go, and that's why sometimes when we look at our own region, usually if you can win 2 out of 3 lanes, that's good enough. You need someone to at least sandbag the lane, and that usually falls into the XP laner role. But in this case, Leon Esports, they double down on aggression, they double down on trying to win hard, and they ended up paying the price because they were not able to win hard.
Husky, they didn't do the thing we thought they were gonna do. And that is win lane, avoid fights, rinse and repeat. Next thing you know, it's 10 minutes and you're in your opponent's base. They didn't do that. They instead entertained what Nightmare wanted to do. and they paid the price. Looking at the items again, half-baked at best. Super Nemo here, overloaded. Sure, built an anti-harass, built a radiant armor. But I don't think that's enough. That there's way too much coming your way. And he's, again, the only real reliable source of heal. And he died in, what, T-minus 2 seconds most often.
A lot of times they just were not able to cover all of the bases. Even in this first turtle fight, sure they got the turtle, but you did say that it ended up being a wash. It ended up being favorable for Nightmare Esports. And Agi is it's so many uncanny movements, right? He's always in range for better airstrike to hit him, and Super Nemo always late to the party. It really felt like the person that is supposed to open up the match, was supposed to threaten the Farsa, wasn't really in position most of the time. And these dragged out fights became beneficial for Nightmare Esports because they ended up trading even, and Leon Esports were the ones taking big L's.
I can't help but think that maybe this was Leon warming up. Again, it has been a few days since we last were on broadcast, but I'd hate to pinpoint one player and blame him, but you gotta admit, Agi looked like a deer in the headlights every single team fight. Even in their base, he was like going out of the turret's range and going, oh, you wanna fight, you wanna fight? Something must be up, all right? If this wasn't a check match, or if this wasn't what we call a download game, then they're in trouble. If Agi continues to play this way. So I'm hoping that Trecartista gives him a good talking. I hope there was more to this game than just what we saw, because Leon losing in 11 minutes with a draft that we know that they can do well with, like, what is MCC? Again, we're back to day one. What are we even watching?
Yeah, it's incredibly weird. I think for Leon Esports, this is the first time that we have something to say about them and some of the mistakes that they made, major ones that led them to lose. So if this tells us anything, even the strongest team can bleed.
We're hoping that the next few minutes will be enough for Leon to recover and for Nightmare to even ride hard with this momentum that they've caught up in Game 1. You're watching the M Challenge Cup. His name is Husky. My name is Leo. We'll be right back and we'll resume this best of 7 after this quick break.
4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup. You're smack dab in the middle of the best of 7 in the grand finals between Leon Esports and Nightmare of Laos. And what a turn of events. Nightmare woke up on the right side of the bed, scoring the first game in this long series. Husky and I cannot believe what is going on.
It's less about Nightmare winning and more about Leon Esports just laying flat on the ground and not really putting up much of a fight. I share the same sentiments as you, Leo. I hope this is a download game. I hope that this is Leon being generous, taking their time to warm up a little bit. But from this point onwards, they gotta show us that Leon Esports that we knew from the start of the qualifiers. Because Nightmare from that Game 1 win was so dominant that I expect them to ride that momentum until the end.
Here's the thing. If it is indeed a download game,
Always on the way.
then I'm hoping that the results of that, the findings garnered from that game becomes evident now, all right? Because they end up on the same side. They're banning the same heroes in the first slots. And I'm hoping that Coach Trecatista has a plan, all right? Because Coach Elaine, again, he gave a solid dap over as soon as he came in after game 1. I won't let that sit well with me if I was Coach Trecatista. But okay, he seems to be in good spirits.
Just the start of the long best of 7, it's a marathon, not a sprint. You trip a little bit, there's still plenty of chances for you to bring the game back. So now the bans changed a little bit, right? The Fredrin gets banned out by Leon Esports. I personally don't feel like Fredrin was the biggest problem in game 1, but I can understand the sentiment. Maybe they want to force the assassin matchup instead for Water, who ended up going for the Stuyo even though the Joy was open. That was also quite of a surprise for me in game 1. But I think if you want to go down a Baksha route, you have to have a secondary XP laner to frontline. And in this case, there won't be any Baksha in game 2.
So the face of the draft will change drastically given that 2 major heroes that played a role in game 1 have been taken out of the equation. Kalia taken out by Nightmare. So this is the same 3 bans for them from the previous game. Leon can open up with a modicum of choices. Again, they can steal the Granger away from Cammy. They can play Harith, who, again, the Mekong region don't love Harith so much. Not as much as we do. So it's up in the air. Oh, that's right. In blue 3, Chip is usually out, but now Leon leave it open. They pick it up.
Yeah, I wonder if it's an oversight by Nightmare. But either way, this Chip, powerful pick for Leon. Nightmare Esports sticks with the Granger pick. There's the Hayabusa now out. They switched up the jungle a little bit. And this is the second time that Nightmare Esports picks a jungler on a red 2. But Leon Esports, they still have a Joy that they can go with. They could also go for Luo Yi if they want here. The Kimmy is still open if that's their choice. Although I feel like if anything, you can keep the timid for later. What else is there? The Dusin is actually open. One of the most powerful mid lane picks that we have. Can do everything that you need in a team.
Yeah, the only problem with Zushin is if it does come through, it's very all in. Like you just have to win. You don't want to be in your base when everything falls down. And it looks like they're on the same wavelength. They pick up the Farsa. Is the coast clear? Can you 1-1 here? Should you 1-1 here? Oh no, they attack. They attack the jungle.
I don't think it's a one-winnable draft, right? You're dealing with long range shots from Ranger, but more so when the Hayabusa gets on top of you, there's really nothing much you can do, right? Your Flowers and Needles is not going to do anything against his shadows. So I think this Hilda, this attack is great. And here comes the Badang for Nightmare. I was wondering if it's a Badangable lineup, but we've seen Badang in the chip, right? I was proven wrong once. I thought it's not enough to deal with a chip portal, but in the right hands, Badang shut that engaged option down.
Badang was banned in game 1, so this is Nightmare jumping the gun. Again, red 3 is a solid slot for a Badang coming in. Ling and Phobius taken out here. First bans in the second turnaround. The Joy, Nightmare cracking down. What will be left for Water this time? Are they forcing him into Suyo again?
I have a feeling that could be the case. Force him back into Suyo. They have dealt with the Suyo once in game 1. We're still looking for mages with high magic damage. I'm looking at Yves. I think the Vex, which is a hero that we haven't seen so far, can also be an option if they want to really play safe. There is the Valentina to steal the Feather Airstrike if they wish to go down that route.
You know what, Husky? I haven't seen Vexana in months. I think it's safe to say it has been almost 2 months, if not beyond, since I've seen Vexana in the Land of Dawn in a professional level game. There's the Lo Yi. Still no mid laner for Nightmare. So yeah, I know you've already narrowed it down. The Eve left, the Valentina, like these are all very specific answers.
Unless they want to really throw a curveball and go Novaria again. Just, big hitbox, Novaria Granger. Incredibly deadly when you are ahead. If Nightmare can get the lead like they did in game 1, suddenly they are going to just constantly threaten Leon. When you reach that mid-game phase. Really comes down to how comfortable they are. The Drusin is still open, so they pick that one up. And suddenly this chip shortcut doesn't look that good anymore with Drusin Badang.
To be fair, Nightmare has never played Jusin in all of this run. Not in the playoffs, not in the groups. So let's see if I did as a solid Zushin. Leon confirms that they are indeed going to be playing the Suyo once more. So Water woke up today saying, Coach, I'm playing Suyo. You can't stop me. What is going into the hands of Super Era?
Moskov? I'm digging the Moskov just because you have... Chip is a good shell for cross-map movement, but finally a Harry pick.
Is that a first?
I think it is. I don't remember seeing any Harith in the group stage.
Oh, Nightmare. Nightmare played Harith. Nightmare has played a Harith. RLG played a Harith, but never Leon.
This is very, very different. Very different approach from Leon. They started the draft trying to get map control, map presence, and they attacked this Hayabusa with the Hilda pick. They have Suyo and Chip that can move fast, so retaining some identity from game number 1. But now they have so much burst damage with Farsta and Harith, good late game coverage as well. Nightmare, they need an XP laner. I think Gatot is not bad. Hylos too, also not the worst. I think Glue is actually open.
I would like the Glue. Glue would be good. Makes for very awkward fights that Leon have to navigate. Very good in eating a teleport, eating a shortcut, cleaning out brushes too, in case the Y walk becomes an actual threat. So we're waiting till Nightmare is ready. Coach Elaine seems to be fixing up a little crumple, technically speaking. So here's the thing. I have a theory, all right? It might be too early or might be completely correct, dropping it this early in game 2. But maybe, just maybe, Husky, the way Leon has been playing all throughout the Mekong Challenge Cup, from the groups to the playoffs, it's been working, right? Seamless, flawless. But now they've faced off against Nightmare. Maybe they have to switch it up. Maybe they have to play close to the chest. Maybe they have to play in your face. Because look at this lineup now. There's just a Farsa playing in long range, but everything else gets up and close.
It gets up and close, just what Badang likes, which is what Badang and Zusin likes. If they pick a glue here, I think it's Leon will have a lot more coming for them, right? They don't have the most reliable way to block the glue unless we reach that late game where this Harif is 6 slotted. Maybe he can 3-4 tap the glue, but until then, it is going to be quite a nightmare. Even though Hilda can move fast, but you need to rely on the studio and chip to facilitate that. We do have a bit of a tech issue that the teams are experiencing, so be patient with us. We need to get that ironed out before we hop into the game. That means more time for Nightmare and Leon to talk about this upcoming game 2.
Okay. What if you're right and Nightmare do want these up close and personal fights, but Leon bank on 3 Purifies? We've seen Chip Purify, right? So what if they put a Purify on the Farsa, the Chip, and the Harith, and Agi gets his act together? What if that happens? I think we're off to a better start, no?
I definitely think we will. I think both teams right now are looking to get ahead as much as they can. Although insurance-wise, Leon has great late game coverage anyways, but if you have a chip and you can get a hit, it puts you in a way better spot. You can see Coach Alain giving his teammates a sniff of that herb. One of my favorite to do with a stuffed nose. Keep them fresh, keep them alive and aware for the upcoming game as we look to resolve whatever tech issues that is happening on site right now.
Yep. Here's to hoping that last pick gets locked in and that our players are able to get into the game as soon as possible, because I'm excited. I'm pretty sure all the hundreds and thousands of people watching here to the Grand Finals tuning in to find out who will be joining Legion in the wildcard to represent the Mekong region wants to know. And they're also figuring out what's wrong with Leon. Like, what is... Game 1 in this best 7 was their first loss.
First ever loss in the entire qualifiers up to this point, and in a very disappointing fashion too, right? Again, I feel like they just rolled over, didn't really put up much resistance. Even in game 2, this draft looks slightly better, but I would say Nightmare are matching the beat with their draft as well. They are covering their bases in a very good manner. They're making sure that there's enough damage, there's enough early to make them prowess, and they're also making sure that Leon cannot pull the same tricks like they did in previous games where they just look to run down their opponents before they can respond.
I'm pretty sure they're going to be more conservative and not go as far as Kimmy Granger nor Kimmy Iritel anymore. I bet they're taking away Kimmy from Agi for at least 2 or 3 games from here, regardless of how close they are to match point, because that game 1 performance just wasn't it. Like that reminds me of my Kimmy when I put my phone down. So let's not dive deep into that, because again, 11 minutes. It's just that's a different Leon we're talking about. This draft though, with the Farsa and the Harith, I already feel better about it.
Yeah, I like this draft a lot more. Right? I want to see a good Harith game, because so far we haven't really seen the best of Harith, and with Harith being such a rare pick in the Mekong region, it's even more of a treat to see Leon finally bringing it out for the first time, debuting the Harith in a game where if they can find an equalizer, we're back to square one. We'll be back to a best of 5. But if Nightmare managed to overcome this draft where a chip was given over willingly, where there's a Harith and Farsa on the other side, I think that Leon will have a lot more coming for them.
And again, You have to count the number of games and strats you bring out because this is a best of 7. So we're just getting started. Game 1, the win by Nightmare was something to be celebrated, yes, but how far can they take it? What else do they have left in the tank? This is a great way to start. Again, a recap of the draft. They picked the Hayabusa. They have their trademark Granger. They have a Badang. They have a Zushin. So we're still looking for a potential roamer or XP laner to lock in that draft. And I think as it is, even without Red 5, this is a solid draft. Even if it is hopeful for Leon, I think Nightmare, given what they've shown in Game 1, with Jasmine being a monster, Jasmine playing that godlike Cho. Would it be crazy if that was another Cho? What if it's another Cho?
And then Badang XP, actually I can see it happening, right? I can see that being the case. Now you have even more crowd control, you have good cash potential. You can also find the Farsa with the Cho, right? Like Blue is a lot more slower, it's a lot more bulkier, a lot more more sluggish, but you have a very good front line that is near unkillable until the Harry gets his item. Or if you want to play fast, I think the Cho is also a very good shout.
And they will give Leon another issue, another problem, because besides Purifies, I don't think there's a way to stop Jasmine from what he's doing. Again, a recap of what happened in Game 1. Look at Jasmine. All right, where is he? He's constantly in Agi's face. Maybe not the best example, but consider even with all these Purifies, Leon can't do anything.
Yeah, the fact that this Cho is able to stick onto a Kimmy for majority of the game, I'd say to a certain degree, it's quite unacceptable if you are Kimmy. You can't just let this Cho get in your face like that, you know, like it doesn't make a lot of sense. Maybe you could say that there's only the Baksha to keep the Cho away, but I think Agi just puts himself in risky situations way too often, and then they're letting Jasmine run away with it, right? Jasmine is appearing in angles where usually the Cho needs to get through an enemy frontline to access, but in game number 1, Jasmine goes where he pleases.
I think the fact that Leon now have better burst damage and it's a Zushin for Nightmare might be a crowd control overload. I don't know if that's ever a thing, but you know, too much of something is never good. So what if Nightmare have overloaded on CC and not enough useful damage to make the most of it? That's also a very big possibility. Leon might take advantage of that.
And right now, the only reliable damage source that they have are from the Hayabusa and the Granger, right? More so the Granger, because you have a lot more consistent salvo of your bullets. Hayabusa, once the Shadow Kill is out, you are going to wait for cooldowns. So this could end up being a draft where Nightmare Esports, they want to get Lexi ahead as far as possible, and then as the game drags on, you lean back more towards Cammy to be the one that is putting up the numbers and have everyone else be the supporting cast of Nightmare.
In case you guys noticed that the highlights were very short and there were a few moments to look back to, it's because it was an 11-minute game. It was very short and there was very little fight that Leon brought out. So that's what makes this all the more a much anticipated matchup. That's why we can't wait. That's why we want our players to have the best experience, so that there are no excuses whenever they come in and play. I'm hoping that Leon Esports really are ready, locked and loaded with this draft that they had. Again, very powerful combinations of Chip, Farsa, Harith. What do they put in the XP lane? Hilda, and of course Suyo. Like, even with Suyo being a compromised hero now after his nerf, I think it's solid all around.
Still has good damage, great clear, still great in securing objectives thanks to just the Soul Saver alone, right? Even when you get like an item, you can easily chunk out people's health bar with the Evil Queller, with the Immortal form as well, the bow and arrow. So overall, still a good hero when there's lesser burst on the enemy side. I think for Leon, the fact that they throw out this Hilda in blue 3 is an indicator that they really want to slow down Too Easy for Lexi as much as they can, as Hilda is not a hero that we see often anymore nowadays as we, close out our own regular season and leading into playoffs. So I think Leon Esports, again, they have a concept. I want to see them put it into action.
Yeah, this is one of those interesting choices that actually Nightmare allowed to happen. This was an opening that Coach Trecartista saw from Coach Elaine, wherein Granger Hayabusa. The fact that you showed the Hayabusa gave Leon all the more a go signal to say, all right, pick up the Hilda, go strike into the jungle. But this is knowing that it's Juviana. Juviana's playing the Hilda and going back to the group stage and in the playoffs. I don't think Juviana's ever played a Hilda. Correct, he never has touched the Hilda, so we don't know how he would play on a hero like this. Is he gonna keep tabs on Too Easy for Lexi? Or is he gonna more roam around, run around, play the lane maybe?
I think ideally you want to create lane priority for your teammates and then you play with the chip Suyo into the enemy jungle. That's what I hope from him. Maybe Coach Trecartista looked at game 1 and was like, man, Juviana, you really like to 1v1 people, huh? Let me give you a Hilda. Now you have the option to run them down when the chance is given, and even better yet, whenever Super Nemo is ready with the Y walk, you can show up at one of the portals, you join up with him, and you try to shut Nightmare down. So they go for the gut out in the very end, which is here that I did point out to be an option.
Yes, you did.
Dealing with the chip portal, with the FARSA and the airstrike, and they put Lucy on the Badang XP.
Okay, I don't know how to feel about that switch up because it was also very possible that you put the Gatot in the EXP. But at this point, it was a team decision. Lucy versus the Hilda, those are better odds, I think. You're able to really threaten the Hilda, make her play defensively instead of, win the lane, run away with it. So I guess that was the backup. And there it is. The trademark lefty handshake by Coach Trecartista, reminded by Elaine. No, it's the right, sir. It's the right.
Yeah, it's just which was the team that went like left hand handshake? It's Leon and was it Leon and RLG?
Correct. It was Leon and RLG. Coach Dran.
I remember setting the record straight in this finals. We follow the right hand handshake method. I won game 1, so you follow my handshake. Maybe if Leon wins this one, we will go back to left hand. It's a gentleman's agreement.
So, we've flipped left and right, tossed and turned, up and down this draft. We saw the Gatot coming. I mean, at least Husky did. And with it going into the Roam, ready to answer to possibly every single shortcut Super Nemo brings to the table, we'll see if Leon can finally get on the board and get back on track as the favored team to win the MCC Season 5. Here we go, game number 2. Nightmare has all the momentum in the world.
Mobile Legends.
And this time with the chip, you have very strong lane presence as one, especially with the flash. Just, clear out the mid lane, you free this Farsa up, and then you can walk in. And the best part is that Farsa, you can travel pretty fast with the wings by wings, but at the same time, the chip can just join you with the portal, right? You don't need to walk, you need to travel in the same way that Agi does. Now they hit level 2, they'll try to push more of Nightmare's buttons.
Oh yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned that. Oh wait, there's a fight breaking out, Jasmine!
That's the connection. Juviana shows up at the right time, first blood.
I was saying, you mentioned the movements on Agi, as if the shortcut and the Y walk wasn't enough of a threat. You have wings by wings, so even after a shortcut, and even if the shortcut gets broken down, Leon can answer the different lanes. With Juviana too running from bush to bush. Oh.
That Blazers connected Cammy will be forced to recall, but still it gives Super Era a bit of that priority. Water even taxing the turtle away as he got a free leash from Super Era. That's a way better start for Leon Esports. I do like this Badang into Hilda just because, like you mentioned, you can keep the Hilda under control. She can't just freely roam around the map, but you cannot control the Hilda forever, right? The least you can do is you shout out the wave and you move first But at the end of the day, if the Hilda wants to move, she will move. Now they will try to punish Super Nemo with the taunt into a shadow. That's more than enough to kill him off.
Alright. Clearly a win for Nightmare. They'll take the dub where they can. Slowing down Agi's level 4, but he's gonna get it regardless. Look at this, Super Nemo won't even use why walk, like he's gonna literally walk all the way to the turtle. And it looks like Leon have ill intentions for Jasmine, half health on the Gatot.
But the airstrike brings Jasmine incredibly low, even popping the lethal initiation. So that's just revitalized out. If Diana is on the case, gonna make sure that Jasmine doesn't even find a way back into the fight without committing the AOG. And they start working on the turtle, a lift back into an AOG that's gonna land onto the chip. He's not level 4 just yet, so him going down is small price to play. Juviana going onto all the backlines of Nightmare as they get the turtle. The Shadow Cube comes out, but not enough. Into the burst of Agi. That's 2 dead for the side of Nightmare Esports. I did with a flicker, with Juviana back up, but he's going to survive. Water picks up a double kill.
And all this while, it was just Nemo who drops. Leon are back in the game. Just 3 minutes in, Husky, and I can tell you, this is the Leon we watched in the early days of the MCC Season 5. And now they're back. Shortcut up top. This is aggressive. This is way too aggressive.
Yeah, they did force a flicker out of Cammy, so it is still a good trade overall. They didn't really lose anything. That was the first shortcut of the game, by the way. That's why Super Nemo going down in the turtle fight was such a small price to pay. He soaked up like 2-3 ultimate. And Jasmine now gets locked out from all of the lanes that he wants to provide pressure on. Wherever Super Nemo is at, suddenly Jasmine finds himself being a lot more immobile compared to when he had the choke.
Yep. Economically speaking, again, we've seen this happen many times in the group stage and in the early days of the playoffs. If the roamer keeps dying, hell, even the EXP, if they both just keep dying, trading for mid laners, trading for cores, gold laners, junglers, you'll take that trade any day. So Leon, they're not even thinking of these debts on Super Nemo. They're looking at it as necessary costs to get ahead this fast. About 1,500, approaching 2,000 gold already.
And to make matters worse, Gatot hates being behind. He already hates being the only guy that has the capacity to start a fight. But when you keep bullying him, when he keeps dying and not able to make plays happen, it only amplifies the problem, the struggles of this hero. So the airstrike to zone Cammy away. Second turtle spawning in the bottom lane. That's something that Nightmare needs to take note of. No feather airstrike for Leon.
The pre-fire on Agi here looks like a calculated risk they're willing to take. Leon are blitzing this turtle at least to the speed you can afford to this early on. Turtle at half health.
Juviana is once more going to put his body in front. Too easy, but actually tries to go for the Shadow Cube, but couldn't find the backline. So Agi is now safe. The AOG dodged by a good flicker, and Jasmine completely isolated from the fight. Super Era joins him with Zaman Force and easily finds the retreat. Jasmine ends up being the price to pay. Feather Airstrike comes back up online. I did with the flicker. Leon gets a win.
Nice, use a shortcut. Summoning Super Era. Juviana maybe weaving in and out. Fight happened a little too fast. I didn't notice. You mentioned, Husky, how if the Gatot keeps getting beat down, he won't be so happy to peel and to AOG in anymore. I sensed that in Jasmine. I saw how he thought twice about getting the AOG in. And yeah, it looked like a perfect AOG. Might have come in at maybe the picture-perfect moment, but I can imagine amongst the communications, Jasmine might have been saying, let's not, I'm not ready, and then dies anyways.
Even for Bai Lucy, he has his work cut up for him. He wants to disrupt Leon's damage dealers, but he constantly has a Hilda in his face. This Amazonian lady just making sure that, hey, Bai Lucy, if you want to get to my backline, you gotta get through me. Juviana is causing so much problems, and that's Jasmine, by the way, who just lost 70%, about 30% of his health bar. I did lost half of it to Feather Airstrike. Nightmare is just getting, outmaneuvered by Leon.
So, in comparison to their game 1 draft, Nightmare had a good balance of CC and damage to make the most of that CC. Now, they're facing this problem of, yeah, what do we do if we get the perfect AOG? What do we do with it if we taunt and knock up 3 or 4 of them? There's not enough burst. It's all Cammy. And even Cammy's finding it hard to clap back.
The worst part is when you look at the map, Jasmine just cannot move around the map. they had to send by Lucy to act as the support for Cammy because Jasmine is just getting zoned out. Wherever there's an empty bush, he no longer feels comfortable walking in alone because of Juviana, who is barely taking any damage. He's just gonna heal back up. With the Bush and Leon, they will work on the third turtle and get it for free.
Oh god. This early on, 7 minutes in, we'll see the items in just a bit. What is making Juviana so chunky? Why is Juviana able to 3v1, 4v1 and hold back the whole of Nightmare while his teammates go for the turtle? Oh!
There's a wide walk. Fernando dropped the shortcut in time. The rest of Leon now show up. Cammy to get jumped on by Juviana. A bit of a disjointed entry. Super Era with the Diamond Force. Now Pop Spirit Fire starts backing off from the rest of Nightmare. Water will bail him out. Juviana still in the fight. Executes Cammy just like that. Without the Granger, Leon has lost majority of their damage dealers.
Oh my god! Masha like burst coming in from Juviana. I would think that was what, maximum stacks on the ult? And that's what popped Granger. You see how much life was on Cammy there? Like at least 60%, right? It just went poof.
I wouldn't be surprised if he somehow had a random Fury Hammer with the amount of damage that he dealt. And without the Granger, there really isn't any way to kill Juviana. Like Juice's damage is but a minor scratch. So is every other damage from the side of Nightmare.
Okay, when we get the item check, we will confirm exactly what's making Juviana so chunky and where the damage is coming from, how he was able to do that to Cammy, and how much Nightmare has farmed up, because there might be some other damage sources. Who knows? Maybe By Lucy is building damage items, because they're gonna start feeling the burn here if Cammy gets picked off. Owagi!
Good recovery from Nightmare. Jasmine setting that one up. Still, that's one part of the equation solved. Now Nightmare regroups in the middle lane, but Super Era is going to get his flicker back up in 3 seconds. Just in time for the Lord fight too. Nightmare have a lot of housekeeping that it needs to do. Clear out the bottom wave, set up this Lord pit, wait for the Ogi Shadow Q to come back off cooldown. Versus Agi, he's going to revive right now and can easily just wings by wings to join his team.
And that's exactly what he's doing. Look at that. The Agi Express moving through mid, finds the position, checking if he should clear. He miscalculated the range on Nightmare there. He didn't expect for them to be that up close now. Nemo gets started up on Feather Airstrike.
Feather Airstrike, shortcut, everything used. AOG committed by Jasmine to escape. Agi gets jumped on by the Shadow Q, jumps onto the Lizard of all things. Finally, Cammy finds the execution onto Juviana as Water is now on the checklist, but able to dash away. And Nightmare wins that fight.
Leon wasn't ready for that engagement. Again, even if there was a Feathered Airstrike that was picture perfect, it wasn't ideal for them to fight like that. And Super Nemo, when you're in his face and the rest of his team is around him, the shortcut almost does nothing. They have to play the map, they have to come from an odd angle, and I think Nightmare have unlocked a winning perspective. Like, if they can keep doing that, then they can close the gap here. Just about 2,000 gold between them now, and just one kill. Wow.
This is a very honest approach with the chip. A bit too honest for my liking. Agi is to get jumped on again by the Shadow Kill. Flickers the timing. Great stuff from Agi. Now they will find the chip once more. Super Nemo drops the shortcut. Body blast coming up from Juviana to prevent any sort of execution. But Leon Esports actually ends up getting obstructed in the bottom lane. Not to mention, a wave is also slowly building up top. A recall into the shortcut. Super Nemo healthy to fight again.
Yep. That's a utilitarian use of the shortcut. Recall, heal, join the fight in a jiffy. And they can Lord Dance now. Juviana holding the Y brush. By Lucy checking in. Oh, spots Juviana.
Wonder what his Nightmare's move. They just saw the Hayabusa in the top lane. Note that he doesn't have the Shadow. Juviana now springs into action alongside Water. Good fist crack from By Lucy. The Lord knock up, helping Juviana, helping By Lucy to disengage. Conceal. Jasmine moves on forward. Didn't find a taunt just yet as it forces Leon off the Lord.
Leon may have wasted a lot of time there. And I'm pretty sure they wish the Zaman Force was closer to either the Lord or farther into the Nightmare jungle so that they can actually pick the fight and take advantage of the ult. but now it looks like they're back to waiting for better position. Water going for the buff first, clearing that wave up top, and then we'll dance. Because it's Nightmare now saying, hey look, you wanna try this? Oh, this is much better for Leon, because they can actually use a shortcut now.
And again, another honest engage. Super Nemo drops the shortcut. They try to burst Jasmine. He's gonna use the AOG and allow Lexi to get the Lord. Still, Jasmine goes down as Water escapes. Cammy with the flicker to chase him down, but unsuccessful. Super Era picks up by Lucy in the background. So 2 for Leon at the cost of Lord.
All right, an interesting trade. Again, Jasmine did commit the AOG to help secure. Oh, Aggie goes down.
They want to look for Super Nemo, but end up losing Cammy. And now I did. He fully committed onto that. Juliana will try to chase him down and lift back to keep him away. Leon finds another kill at the cost of their mid laner, but the Lord is with Nightmare. They did end up taking Leon's mid tier 1.
I don't know if my standards for championship level mid laners are too high, but Agi is slowly reverting back to his game 1 form. And that's the nicest way I can put this. Why does he find himself constantly in the front line? Like, why does he keep throwing himself at Nightmare's frontliners like that?
We look at the items. My guess actually is correct. There's a random Fury Hammer on Juviana, and that explains the extra of her axe swings. But also, Aggie with the Genius Wand, I personally would have went going into Blood Wings, knowing that there is, you know, Gut Thought and a Hayabusa on the enemy side. So with the Genius Wand in hand, it does make him slightly more vulnerable to these backline dives from Nightmare, which demands him to be a lot more careful. And he also has a flicker at his disposal every 2 minutes. The fact that he's still getting caught out, not really what you want.
You're right, it's the flicker instead of the Purify. We talked about pre-draft, how they should commit into Purifies. And you're right, the Genius Wand exacerbates his positional problems. With the Genius Wand, you want to constantly get stacks on your opponents to reduce their magic defense, to benefit not just you, but even Super Era on the Harith. So that is the contradiction. That is the problem with what Agi's going through right now is I have to be forward. I have to keep putting stacks on y'all, but also I have to protect myself. Something's got to give.
Yeah, and I don't think Super Era really bothers too much about having that extra Genius Wand reduction on his enemies. He's gonna hit like a truck anyway. He's gonna do true damage to the Tarlim side. I personally think that Genius Wand is a bit of an overcompensation for what Leon already has in abundance. Although I would say the silver lining is that there is a Harith on their team. They are gonna scale. Bloodwing's not up for Agi, and they have a long lane advantage in that bottom lane where the tier 2 of Nightmare was taken down earlier on.
Yeah, they are eventually going to hit another power spike. Leon Esports, I'd reckon, should just play the map now because regardless of where they are, Super Nemo can just call in a shortcut, so they shouldn't worry about this so much. And that's what's happening here. Look at this map. Look at their positioning. One in top, couple in mid, couple down bottom, and they push top lane tier 2 as well. So Nightmare, their map is getting so much smaller. Their effective space to play and to get EXP and gold with, ever shrinking. Oh, Nemo gets caught out here.
They easily drop the shortcut, and now they come from the back. Cammy is gone. That is the unconventional entrance that you want, but the airstrike instantly cancelled by Lucy. Jasmine will AOG out of the way. Flicker from Lucy to get out of there, but the magic damage from this Harith is starting to be very scary. So Nightmare, they lose Cammy just as lore spawns.
And I think this is a go signal for Leon. Nightmare, by losing Cammy and putting 2 of their frontliners at very low health, cannot contest for the Lord. Leon blitzes and secures a Lord here. Their first in game 2.
Red team turret has been destroyed.
First meaningful lead for Leon in this series. Sentence that, you know, I didn't think that I have to say, but Nightmare are putting up a very good fight, but this is the tipping point. Leon will be in control from this point onwards. It's up to Nightmare to find that chink in the armor.
Leon are holding a 5,000 gold lead over Nightmare. And that means Super Era's late game power spike is imminent. If it's not here just yet, best believe it'll be coming. Juviana, checking bushes, spots too easy for Lexi. Pushes him out of there, forcing out a shadow, so they can count on the fact that there's no shadows on Lexi right now.
Red team turret has been
top inhibitor going down to with the help of the Lord and a fat wave that was stacked up earlier on. Jasmine gets his immortality. But this is where the burden falls onto the cabin, right? The only consistent damage dealer on his team. Everyone else is there to crowd control Leon Esports. Too easy for Lexi needs to somehow assassinate Agi or Super Era. But Agi is the prime target, which is only going to get harder now that there is Blood Wings on the Tarsa. And with the top inhibitor down, and the next door spawning in the bottom quadrant of the map, Nightmare will have to be extra wary of how they set up the wave.
And it's not like it's bad enough that you have the map against you. Their opponent's lineup deals with these pushes so well, they can literally just leave Super Era there and then join in via shortcut. Juviana jumps on I did.
Wow, Flicker committed. Not really sure if that is what they want, but if Vide goes down, there will be a good price to pay because Super Nemo already paid the price of his life. Jasmine will be the trade in return. Juviana now caught in the middle as water goes down. Winter Crown for Juviana. The shadow back in from Lexi. Juviana wanted to run away but gets executed in the process by Cammy, who is now free hitting the whole world. Super Era gets slowed down by the punch by Lucy. Flickers forward. 1-2 punches, not enough. Super Era with a great escape. And at the end is Nightmare with the win.
3 for 2. Nightmare winning that fight. Apparently a tight little corner of the map like that, not going to be beneficial for a Harith who has to go through multiple walls. He had to be very smart about his wall placement, and he was taking many shots from Cammy, and that was a close call. Honestly, I think Nightmare could have wiped out Leon if not for the strategic retreat and the back and forth, the risk taking that Super Era had there. Impressive work by Nightmare. Definitely back in this game, but not quite out of the woods just yet.
I saw a bit of oopsie from Cammy. He tried to flicker to get that final hit onto Super Era, but he flickered right into a wall. He place planted Leo into the orange buff wall. Because I was wondering how did Super Era got out, and that replay, that slow-mo gave us the answer that we needed. Cammy missing out on a very, very important kill, but at least Nightmare still won the fight in terms of numbers. Now they have a chance to contest this Lord.
Oh, there's strike already. I did put down a fifth of his health. That's a confirmed Lord for Leon. Nightmare can't punish. They're not in a position to do just that yet. They have to take care of the map. And I think with this Lord, Leon will take at least one more inhibitor.
For sure. There's already a bottom wave building up. The Lord's gonna spawn, I believe, in the top lane. Yep, that's where the inhibitor was destroyed. Almost 20 minutes into the game, the longest game we've had so far in the grand finals. Super Era should be decked out. I think he sold his goods as well with the current movement speed that we see that he has. So Nightmare, they don't have the best wave clear. You know, most of it comes from Cammy and maybe a shadow kill from Too Easy Collecti, but I bet he wants to save that.
Lord already inside the base. The wave cleared in mid. Nightmare now paying attention to the bottom lane. And they successfully defend. It's actually impressive. Nightmare save all the remaining inhibitors.
The waves just were not synced up enough, so this Lord was unfortunately not utilized to its fullest. See Jasmine getting the Cena shield. Nightmare, the fact that they lost no structures is the best case scenario that they could have had.
Husky, I think this is a side effect of having mid to short range heroes mainly. Again, you have Agi, but Agi's long range only comes into play when he uses the Feathered Airstrike, when he uses his ult. So with that out of the question, with that being spent up already early in the engagement, there's no way Leon could zone out Nightmare. So great work, great use of their kits. Nightmare live to see another day, live to fight another Lord, dance another dance against Leon. Looking at the items right now, Super Nemo building up to a dominance ice here, has had enough of the shielding on by Lucy and I did. Even Jasmine will slow down. Even Cammy here will slow down, given the spell vamp he has in his kit.
Yeah, I was looking at the player cam, still Super Nemo. I think he was talking to Super Era regarding what the next move is. This is going to start getting a bit tiring, considering that we are just in game 2 of a best of 7. It's still a long marathon, but it felt like both teams have already ran extra laps just because we are 22 minutes into the game with the fourth Lord actually about to spawn. This time on the top side of the map, an Evolved Lord guaranteed too. Good news for Nightmare. The long lane is still up. The bad news is there's a shortcut available and Leon has a chip.
Yeah, the shortcut is the great equalizer. No matter where you are, no matter how many you think you have eyes on, Leon Esports will always have the upper hand. Unless you catch him off guard and you isolate one of them. It's all on Super Nemo now. He's controlling the game here, controlling the pace of what Nightmare can get away with and what his team can move forward with here. Lord Dance continuing.
You're gonna see the chip now. Super Nemo actually shows bottom to clear the wave. So that gives Nightmare a good idea of where the chip is, the whereabouts of the chip. It doesn't really change much that he can still use the White Walk Portal to show up, you know, uninvited. But at least Nightmare have eyes on him, right? They don't need to keep guessing, keep checking for where this hamster is going to be at. And that gives them confidence to walk up and take up more space at the Lord Pit.
I love the defensive maneuvers that Nightmare are putting out here. They're so close, they're so clumped up to each other that a shortcut might even be detrimental to Leon. It might, you know, funnel through the advantageous forces, so it might even lose. Oh, Juviana walks into two.
Juviana had to do that, but it is the right move to force out too easy for Lexi, who was in a very good position to catch Agi off guard if he wasn't careful. Now Leon Esports with Super Nemo showing up. There's no more surprise factor. Juviana, he is so deep in the enemy jungle. They are trying to push Nightmare away. In fact, Nightmare completely split up, but that's at the cost of a Feather Airstrike and a Zaman Force.
Oh, I did forced to use the Crimson Beacon. Juviana walking up.
And the airstrike comes back up online. I did with Crimson Beacon out of the way. AOG from Jasmine completely misses. Agi actually has to win the crown. And that saves it for now. But the shadow kill from 2 easy for Lexi pays off. The patience was what Nightmare needed. And without the bar stuff for 60 seconds, I don't think Leon can do this.
An episode of impatience led to a free pickoff for Nightmare. Leon dropped the ball there. I'm pretty sure they had a better plan if they waited for Super Nemo to play on the element of surprise. Now the dance isn't fair. They're a man down. This is bad.
Nemo getting jumped on. Another Zaman Force out. Leon needs to stall out this threat at the Lord Pit for another half a minute. And Nightmare, they're just gonna walk onto the objective. And Super Nemo, even if he has a shortcut, they are still down one man. They are down crucial burst damage that could threaten the Dustin and the Granger. Speaking of the Dustin, I did once more, one Crimson Beacon to get away, gets jumped on. Winter Crown. Now 2 easy Lexi onto water. Super Nemo tries to share the damage, but they still end up losing the immortality. And a taunt from Jasmine is more than enough. And now water going down. It's up to Super Nemo and Super Era to keep this alive. As they get gunned down, Super Era backs off, but Juviana falls. And Nightmare have wrestled back control of the game.
Not a single take for Leon in that exchange. It's all Nightmare. They send back by Lucy. And Leon are still left reeling. Again, they lose water, they lose Juviana. And they can't contest this Lord. Nightmare are now in control.
I cannot believe this, Leo. Leon had control of the game. They had possession of the ball. And they just drop it. Nightmare Esports with the Evolved Lord. That is going to spawn, I believe, in the bottom lane. There it is. They can really start doing some crazy damage to the base. Although silver lining is Leon Esports have great bursts to deal with the Lord, but to get to the Lord is where the problem arises. He did point out it's a very short to medium range comp without the Feather Airstrike. And with Nightmare's Wrath, I don't think you want to walk up to them.
That's what makes Super Era's job so hard, is yeah, sure, you have a Purify, but what if Nightmare rope-a-dope you? That's what's been happening here so far. Super Era is in great shape, but he just can't effectively use his kit, especially with Nightmare clumped up like that. Now Leon have the map equalized on them. They lose that bottom lane inhibitor, conceal from Nightmare.
Super Era is a target. He buys the immortality in time, so that shadow kill is not going to take him out of the fight completely. Juliana puts his body in front. Winter Crown just to buy time. He knows he's gonna go down. Flickers to safety. Better S right now committed, but the AOG from Jasmine will take that out of the picture as the Lord is still around, and that might be enough for Nightmare to take him to one last swing from the Lord, and a couple of auto attacks on the Crystal is going to give Nightmare Esports a 2-0 lead in this BO7.
Leon Esports pushed deeper into the abyss, knocked into a corner, punched Silly, and asked, "Who's your daddy?" Nightmare showing up. What have they been eating? How did they sleep? And what have they been up to the past 48 hours? They take game 2.
This ship isn't it. This ship isn't it, man. They had a chip, but they played a chip like a traditional frontline. They played a chip like a Tigreal. You know, having flicker forward, get a stun into a shortcut. That's not how it's supposed to be. It is so weird to see how this game ended. Kudos to Nightmare Esports for the discipline, the composure to play from behind. But I think this was a game that Leon Esports could have definitely won if they just stick to a formula that worked. And we saw them do it. We saw Super Nemo getting a good flank at the Lord pit, like what, second Lord? They won the fight, they got the Lord, they got the lead. But then they forgot about what brought them the victory, and they reverted back to what didn't work. Nightmare just capitalized on that and came back.
Husky, this is the equivalent of a class 3 civilization reverting back to using rocks and sticks and rediscovering fire. This is unprecedented. What was it? 22 minutes? That Nightmare Esports were able to wrangle together a winning position, mainly because of Leon throwing it away? If in game 1 it was Agi who was clearly the chink in the chain, this time I'd argue it's Super Nemo. I wonder if that was a team call. I wonder if there was somebody in the team saying, "Nemo, please don't do this. Nemo, we can control it. Nemo, don't..." He clicked the Y walk. That's it. The jig is up.
Yeah, I think earlier on, like Super Nemo trading his life for, you know, objective, sure, right? It was worth it because that's what got them the lead. But as the game went late, you gotta start being creative with your engages. There's 4 portals on the map. At one point, we saw that bottom lane, it was stacked up in favor of Nightmare. They had no info where Super Nemo was. I think all you have to do, send Agi to the bottom lane, blow up the wave, and then you return to join the rest of the team. He has wings by wings, but no, but they instead let the hamster do the job, and Nightmare ended up getting possession of the Lord Pit. It is a very weird call from Leon Esports that, you know, cumulatively costed them to lose whatever lead they have. 2-0 for Nightmare. They are halfway to Riyadh.
Halfway to Riyadh, 1 game away from match point, and Leon, for a bit, we saw maybe they were back, but this might even take a bigger toll on their mental in the long run. Again, this is a marathon, a best of 7 in the grand finals. First of 4 punches their ticket to Riyadh to join the MSC wildcard at EWC 25. We're gonna find out in just a bit after this quick break if there is something left in the tank for Leon, or will Nightmare some way, somehow, anticlimactically and suddenly, and of course, happily, being the David in this David vs. Goliath matchup, get the match point. You're watching the M Challenge Cup. We'll be right back after the short break.
cũng biết này, thời buổi ấy, đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, con hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3, piu đừng piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, mà lên, 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 tôi hết mana.
Cố lên Trang ơi.
Sẽ giúp anh!
Bạn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhá.
Welcome back to the M Challenge Cup. It's game 3, and a quick update. Well, we left off from the same beat as we did the last time around, but still Leon struggling to find anything against Nightmare here with the ladder sitting at 2-0. His name is Husky, my name is Leo, and we are still figuring out what is going on. Leon was unstoppable prior, playing every single series with no losses at all, and now against Nightmare, nothing.
Yeah, we can put game 1 aside. Game 1 aside, we can chalk it off to a warm up. But game 2, it went from Leon looking good to Leon looking okay. There's some husk from game 1 to them just completely forgetting about the game plan that actually worked. And now Nightmare Esports are 2 games away from stepping into Riyadh. We have effectively went from a best of 7 down to a best of 5. Nightmare just needs 2 more points and they can send Leon Esports packing. The first seed coming in from the qualifiers of Laos are now on the back foot.
This is Laotian MLBB. Again, a reintroduction from day 1 of this whole shindig. Husky and I got awoken to a brand new style of MLBB Esports, and then now in the grand finals, I mean, Husky saw this coming, a Laotian showdown with the David winning. Again, biblically speaking, this is what's supposed to happen, but not like this. Not with anything, with nothing. Leon for the show for it.
Yeah, game 2, with it being closer, it still hasn't sated the appetite of, at least my appetite, of wanting to see a close game. It didn't feel like a close game. It felt more of Leon making some very uncanny mistakes that gave Nightmare the win. It's not like both teams trading blow for blow, but it's more of a team just gassing out and started missing their shots, and that is not what you want as Leon Esports. Game 3 draft, third time on the blue side. They made blue side work on Game 2. Now it's about refining it. Now Coach Trequartista needs to figure out what is the main problem with Leon, with the players, what playstyle they need to focus on. They tried to go for an all-in offense, didn't work. They went for a good balance of the creative flank maneuvers and late game scaling. That one didn't work as well. I wonder what else does Leon have left in the tank.
Same side, strong side, ride or die. Leon taking out the same two heroes as they have, while Nightmare doing the same. If this is a Baksha for Leon, and then for Nightmare, Akalia, can we expect the same drafts to come through? Because there was nothing wrong fundamentally with what Leon was doing in the draft.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think they had a poor draft. In fact, I much prefer the draft. For 2 games in a row, I went for Leon's draft, and they haven't been able to find success with it. They can ban Baksha for all I care, or they could let the chip open and see if Nightmare bans Chip or Kalea, which Nightmare have been willing to take the risk, right? They banned Kalea in both games. Even with the chip open, Leon, actually no, they banned Chip in game 1. This Baksha ban, now Chip is open once more. Does Leon want it?
Super Nemo has a chip on his shoulder to prove that his chip wasn't a tragedy. That he is greater than his mistakes. Let's see. If they don't pick the chip here, then they're going for a whole new approach. It's a whole new draft, I would assume.
Jusin first pick is always one of the choices that you can go for. Nightmare Esports supporters, the staffs, watching, just attentively, putting up hand signs, 2-0, 2 more to go. Chip once more being picked up. Nightmare going back to the same sequence of the Granger opening. They did pick Hayabusa second in game 2, and they are going to do it again. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
It's the literally same draft as game 2. There is no onus on Nightmare to change anything, because they know that they can win if they can make it to the late game or even find better ways to approach the mid game. Now Leon pivots, changes their draft. Instead of the Suyo, they put a Joy into the hands of Water. Now Water's been doing great things on this Joy. I think in the group stage. Let me double check what. Yep, he has played it twice. Of course, won with it. And then there's the Irithel to answer to the Granger. Where are the Moskovs, man?
I'm quite surprised that Leon didn't consider Moskov in the previous game. I get it, they had the Harif, but it locked them into a short to medium range comp. This Joy, I'm glad that they finally picked it. It's such a strong pick that it took Leon 2 losses on the Suyo to bring the Joy out, but that means that they give Farsa away to Nightmare. And contrary to game number 2, there's no Hilda third pick to threaten the Hayabusa, so Nightmare can consider banning out heroes that threaten that early game.
Yep. Take out the Hilda, take out the Phoveus, Bob's your uncle. Leon can attack roamers. That Cho was one hell of a pick into the hands of Jasmine. There you go, Glue. So maybe they go Glue Hilda. Or maybe they go ban Glue Phoveus and then pick the Hilda. Or ban one or the other, pick the other, vice versa.
If I am, I was about to say, if I am Leon, I would definitely ban the Phoveus. I do not want this Phoveus to sandbag a portal or to sandbag this Joy. I can see the Hilda ban coming out. Now I think Nightmare has plenty of choices. They could even ban the Gatot if they wish to, although it's less desirable. There's still the Padang left in the pool. I think for Nightmare, is a Padangable lineup once more, right? On that red 4, they could pick Padang and open it up as a flex. And then they could go for, I don't know, a Cho, a Gatot. I think Cho or Franco is good as well to deal with the Joy if the need ever arises. But they're going to start it off by banning the Jusin.
So there's a very tight mid lane for Leon. What's left for them to pick here? Lo Yi still in the pool. Sicilion. Do you want a Zask? Like I'm naming all of the mid laners that have been prior pick, or are they forcing Agi on a Kimmy again? Oh lord.
I hope not. I hope it's not a Kimmy. I think Yi would be okay, I guess. Even the Vexana, right? Like again, I know you haven't seen the Vexana for a long time, me neither. But if push comes to shove and you need some extra wave clear, some extra body, some extra crowd control, Vexana is always the choice that you can fall back to. Or you could follow the footsteps of Aurora Turkier and pick up one of Rosa's most frequently picked heroes, which is the Aurora, which was shown also.
We have the ban phase continuing here. I think the little kink has been solved. So Leon does ban the Gatot. Was a thorn on their side as well in game number 2 here. Now Nightmare secures the Badang once again into the hands of Bai Lucy.
Okay, so according to what one of my permutations, yeah, Badang, you keep it open, and then again 5th pick, it could be so many choices. Gadot, Cho, Hylos. If you want to commit to a Franco, I'm fine with that as well. Although it becomes a bit more specific, right? If you take the Franco, then you put a lot of the burden onto this Badang to deal with the chip and a XP laner that is going to come up from Leon, which could still be a Hilda if they wish to go down that route.
And they do. This is a calculated risk by Coach Alain, by the way. Coach Alain allowed for this Hilda to come through. And there's the Valentina, one of the few remaining mid laners in the pool. What are you stealing here? The Fist Crack and the Failure Strike. That's it.
And depending on this last pick, if it is like Hylos, then you have the Glorious Pathway. If it's can't think of any other roamers or XP lanes that have ultimates that you want to steal.
Cho.
The Cho, I guess, yeah, the Cho kick. That's one.
Cho's good. Yeah, no, but if you steal the kick, then you have this ultimatum of using the kick, and you're gonna put yourself in trouble. I don't think Agi wants that. Again, seeing how he positions himself game 1 and 2 against Nightmare, that's a no-go. Unless for some way, somehow, he unlocks a new skill, a new technicality in using his mages. So Nightmare, the greatest shape we've ever seen them, all MCC long, put their hands in. Leon now, they're taking baby steps, Husky. Is it just me, or are you getting this vibe that they are just taking this half step at a time and they're learning, but it's not to speed? Like Nightmare isn't allowing for them to implement these lessons in real time.
Yeah, I think Leon Esports, they are having a hard time trying to figure out what is the best way to deal with Nightmare. Eventually in a game where both teams are on par, you have to start taking risks. Maybe you sack a lane and you get advantage somewhere else. In this case, that mid lane priority will be towards Nightmare since they have a Cho and a Farsa. Talk about the wings by wings for Leon Esports in the previous game, and now Nightmare getting Farsa again means they have the liberty to move faster than Leon Esports. And with Jasmine causing so much problems in game 1 with the Cho and getting it again in game 3, a lot is going to be on Water to
5 seconds till the enemy.
Game 3 in this best of 7 coming your way. Leon struggling to put anything on the board, and Nightmare flying ever higher. I'd argue the highest they've ever been and the best they performed all playoffs long, all MCC long, season 5. Here we go, game number 3. Both junglers starting. Oh my god, what did I do? Hey!
Well, I did say that they have priority, but I didn't expect a first blood just like that. The game has just gone from bad to worse. Just a little bit, but at the cost of a Purify too. Aggie still comes back in time to soak up level 2 because they held the wave. But man, this is really not what you want as Leon.
Agi has been having one hell of a day. like today is not a good day to be Aggie of Leon Esports. And he committed his Purify to add on top of that. That's mid lane alone. At least we can say that the side lanes are a different story.
Yeah. Oh man, if only I could see what happened. I have a feeling that they made the call to just walk up to the wave, and they just got ran down by ID and Jasmine, like a Jikundo concussive blast, right? Because he doesn't have flicker, so he ended up eating every single shot. Leon, with that in mind, this bottom wave has just been controlled by Nightmare. Like, Super Era shoved it in too much, and now he does not have any say in controlling the wave. Lexi showing up, Shadow Kill, Purify used. Lexi, with the help of Cammy, finds the kill on this Irithel. What is happening?
I think in the business, that is what you call everything but the kitchen sink. Literally anything and everything Nightmare could throw down at Super Era, they did. They forced out a Purify even. But they do lose priority on the turtle.
Something that gives Leon solace, right? They get the objective back. Jasmine will easily escape that. Juviana did proxy the wave in the top lane, but didn't proxy it fully, so the wave still ends up shoving back in. He will be able to catch it in time and reset the lane stage in the XP lane.
Alright, all said and done. Leon walk away with a turtle and only suffer about 1,000 gold loss between them and Nightmare. So we're back to, I guess, square one if you're talking about a story being told series long. Nightmare are in okay shape. Leon's still struggling, but Leon could be doing worse. Leon can still climb back. Like, that is something that at least the Leon Esports fans can hold out to while they cheer for them live on site. I did! Pops the feather airstrike.
Managing to get away, Jasmine bails him out. That's a shortcut committed. Unfortunately, leads to nothing. So Nightmare escaping the first ever active move from Leon.
So Leon push back Nightmare. I'll call that a technical knockout. You sent home, I did. You didn't spend this flicker though. Feather airstrike! Not stolen away. Instead it's this one!
Oh, so close. Maybe Juviana can get a trade. Come on, one more. Doesn't get it.
No one home. And what's painful is Juviana committed his flicker. So there was a part of him that thought he could, but he just came up short.
Into one last Star Wars Super Nemo now dies. 5-0 in favor of Nightmare. Electrifying Beast Unleash. Just needs one more, but I did escapes once again.
Almost is never enough. And that was an almost kill for Water on both the laning heroes in Nightmare in mid. I did and Jasmine have been getting away with so much, Husky. This duo is ridiculous. Jasmine and I did. Currently, 4 assists, 3 kills on I did. This is ridiculous.
It is. So many close calls too. That is really going to take a toll on your mental. It's not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row that Leon missed out on the last hit. Even after committing so much resources, Juviana gets jumped on by 3 members on the side of Nightmare. And a kick. He's even committed. Juviana will survive for a bit longer as the shortcut now finally comes out. They find the first kill of the game onto Jasmine, finally punishing the Cho. And now they get control of the turtle. Nightmare Esports drops the feather airstrike. Super Nemo tries to control. Too easy for Lexi. Shadow Kill now forced out. Super Nemo easily takes him out. Stolen fist crack. Not enough. Too easy for Lexi. Somehow survives for a bit longer than they need, but still he goes down. Turtle for Leon.
Nightmare may have overextended themselves, literally and figuratively. Time-wise, they spent too long to set up a favorable feathered airstrike, and literally map-wide, they weren't in the right spots to make the most of what they set up. So that is a clear win for Leon. 3 kills and 3 turtle. They are closing up the gap. It's about 1,000, maybe less, between them and Nightmare. And now Nightmare have to pick up the pace because Juviana's getting a little too bold. Look at this. The Hilda just roaming around inside their jungle.
Idit is the richest person right now on his team. 3-0. 3-0 and 0. Flicker coming back up. Lightning Truncheon for Agi, going for maximum output as early as possible. Gold Crab secured by Super Era. Sky Piercer out for Cammy as the mid-game item power spikes are starting to come online for both teams.
Agi here with that clutch fist crack. Could have sworn he was gonna kill Lexi earlier, but now it might come into play. Like a clutch fist crack, just that little extra oomph of crowd control. What else do they got going for him? The scythe on water, so maybe short one more. The Haas claws onto Super Era. That's a fight waiting to happen. Oh, no one home. That's a Feather Airstrike uses to clear waves.
Hopefully it's not a communication issue, because I could have sworn that Jasmine was thinking of a kick and decided against it. With that in mind, third turtle spawning on the top side of the map, Feather Airstrike will take a while to come back online. They also just found too easy for Lexi, and Juviana plus Super Nemo will get the job done to keep this Hayabusa away.
And it looks like this is all in an effort to not just secure the turtle, but also a solid push. Nightmare and Leon trading bottom lane for top lane tier 1s. And I think Nightmare does accept the fact that they're not getting this turtle. Look, they're so far from the contest, and the shadows have already been committed.
That's going to give Super Nemo the chance to walk up, go on to buy Lucy. Fist Crack committed very early on, and without the Fist Crack, there's no way for Nightmare to get anything done. So Turtle does go over to Leon. All three objectives for the blue team. Now they got to deal with the bottom wave that has been heavily shoved in.
100% of turtles went to Leon, but map-wise, it's Nightmare who's making a dent. Permanent damage to that tier 2 down bottom at about half health, all because Cammy left a fat wave there. And now Leon are looking to clap back, like they want to take this tier 1 down here too. Juvian taking the brush.
We saw Jasmine trying to go for a flicker kick and completely missing the mark, so there's no flicker for the next 100 seconds for him. It gives Leon Esports a bit more of a comfort knowing that there's no snap engage from Nightmare unless they do it with By Lucy, but also even By Lucy doesn't have a flicker. Electrifying beat, Yogi Shadow kill out from Lexi. The damage is just not enough. He takes the shadow back, gets chopped in the head, and Leon finds a freebie.
I am struggling to comprehend why Lexi would take that shadow. There was clear vision on 2 heroes from Leon that could really just literally jump him. Juviana even presses ult just to punish Lexi. Clear misplay there. I hope Lexi isn't hating on himself and reminding himself of that blunder all game long.
It is a blunder that, the silver lining, Leon didn't really get too much out of it, right? Like, the map is still in favor of Nightmare. They're still farming up pretty well. They didn't really lose any jungle camps. Leon were playing on their side of the map the entire time, so that's something that he can take comfort in knowing. But one more mistake like that is going to be Lord for Leon, and that's where they were heading towards the Lord pit.
And they're struggling to take down Water. Water has been untouchable all game long. Leon Esports are now at par gold-wise with Nightmare. Again, barely 200, 300 gold between these two teams. With the Lord spawning, there's still priority for Leon. Nightmare are struggling to keep their own resources and to push back Leon Esports. And Juviana ever the hindrance here. Oh!
Well, Feather Airstrike, a flicker forward for Super Nemo. He jumped onto the back line. Shortcut actually was used. Leon Esports didn't follow up on that. But same can be said for Nightmare, who used the Feather Airstrike very early on. So both teams will disengage.
Waiting for key ults to go off of cooldown. Do note, By Lucy has his 2 big ticket tools to use in this fight. The flicker and the fist crack. Oh. I did? Excuse me?
What was that?
I wish I could explain, but I would be lying if I told you I knew what was going on there.
Lexi does my Aggie, and now flicker kick onto the right target. Great fist break, fist crack from the side of By Lucy. That's the big ticket out that you've been looking for, but they need a bit more than what they got. As Water assassinates Cammy, and now By Lucy is trapped on his own. Agi still has a stolen fist crack, but at least Nightmare stops a Lord take.
Alright, big picture, that's still a 1-for-1. I did died senselessly in mid with very little clapback, so it was still super era for Cammy. Gold laners out of the picture here for just a few more seconds. And that resets this Lord Dance. You're right. Looking at the items, they're at par even. Kami at 7.7. Super Era at about the same. Jasmine here. Oh no!
Good ambush by Super Nemo. You can't see the chip. He's always a threat. Now without Jasmine, they're looking to rush down the Lord as fast as they can. Too Easy for Lexi comes in with a shadow kill. Another fist crack from By Lucy. Too Easy for Lexi is gonna get terrified. The Lord secured by Waters. Leon Esports looks to make a retreat. By Lucy with another fist break onto Water. As Too Easy for Lexi comes back with a shadow. Water will dash to safety. Nightmare loses the objective by 5 street.
That is a turn by Nightmare. Clapping back strong with a vengeance. Pushing down 2 turrets in mid. Tier 1 and Tier 2 pop like nothing. While Leon have to take advantage of the waves that they've gotten. But Nightmare takes another turret up top. Oh, another fight breaks out.
And then with the shortcut, I did. It's gonna be chased down, but sadly they were not in position. By Lucy now turns around with a fist crack, fist break. Flickers to get away. And Leon finds nothing off of that. Man, but By Lucy has been... Is this the reason that Nightmare is still in this game?
By Lucy, a native of Cebu, Central Philippines, an alumni of RSG Philippines, showing us exactly why Nightmare invested him as an import. The kick on the Super Nemo!
Immortality brings him back to life, but he's going to eventually go down. Too Easy for Lexi this time. Gets out with his own shadows. And Cammy with the flicker shot finds a double kill. As Water assassinates Lexi in the back line, it is still Nightmare Esports with the win.
2 for 1. A mid laner and a roamer for a jungler. It's amazing how Water keeps on finding his targets like this, isolating them. Earlier, it was I Did. Again, the only death on I Did so far this game. And then Too Easy for Lexi just now. He is the best performing player out of Leon in this game. Look at that build. Starlium side, Holy Crystal early on, and then the Blood Wings. Nightmare, their only real way to catch him is if they throw Jasmine and By Lucy at him. Those 2 alone. If they can overload Water, then that's how they shut him down.
Really comes down to if they can catch him lacking with the crowd control. Cammy just found a Winter Crown too, so good luck trying to assassinate him. Here comes Jasmine with the attempted kick. He's gonna keep it for himself first. No full commitment, but Super Nemo commits the shortcut and he goes down. And now the kick comes out. Water cannot go to the back line.
Close call. There was a lot of firepower coming in from Leon there. I'd reckon if Leon did not see Lexi coming in from the flank, they would have forced the fight there. But just the same, this is costing Nightmare the map. The way that they're picking fights and making sure that nothing comes out of Water suddenly is making them forgo some lane defense. Look, they lost that tier 2 down bottom. That could have been easily answered for if they did not have to keep tabs on Water so much.
But in return, they took the top tier 2, which, you know, in the bigger picture benefits them, right? Because the Lord is spawning in the bottom side of the map. Now they know where Water is. Tries to take his orange buff away, but he secures it anyways, I think. Yeah, with the electrifying beast, he does. By Lucy spotted out too. Super Nemo, very honest, engaged, but this time will not commit the shortcut.
Juviana here, flushed out of that brush. Super Nemo, eyes on him. We're approaching about that point in the game again, Husky, where in Super Nemo has to be super patient. He has to set up and use his kit. Conceal now used up. Flicker!
Onto Cammy, that's the target. Remember, he has a Winter Crown, and now he's going to use it to buy time. Jasmine flickers in to try to help his teammate, but still, backline gets exposed. And now Leon Esports have the best chance of winning this fight. Good Wisdom of Nature for Super Era to keep himself alive. Somehow, Nightmare still wins the fight. Leon Esports, they're left with Water and Super Era. By Lucy almost found a kill onto the Irithel, and Nightmare stops another ambush.
My God, how did Cammy survive that engagement? 5 members, look at this! A lesser Granger would have folded. I would have just cried. I would have put my phone down and said, I'm sorry, I can't do anything. But Cammy says, no, sir. Flickers to the side, takes that angle, and helps win the exchange. 2 for 3 here, and that delays the Lord Dance. Amazing response from both teams.
Great item swap from Cammy. Winter Crown into an Immortality too. It bought enough time for him to stay alive and escape it. You can say the same for Super Era. The Heart's Claw and the Wisdom of Nature timing. Both marksmen showing that 110% in this game 3 as we approach the super late game phase. 16 minutes in. Lord now engaged on by Nightmare. Rose Gold Media, Okami, Ide with the Lightning Truncheon, even more numbers. Super Nemo, he has one chance to make a flank, but that window has closed. Lord for Nightmare.
So you can tell that the Y walk was off of cooldown because they didn't take that flank and they catch Juviana.
Get the flicker, but still goes down to the shadow kill, and Water cannot really go in reliably. Super Nemo just walks in, drops the shortcut, but Nightmare just backs off, and now they're gonna turn around to Super Nemo, who flickers away. They commit even further with the conceal. Agi now caught out, pops the purified, and ends up dying anyway. Super Era only finds Jasper's immortality, even uses his Winds of Nature. And Water left to pick up the pieces. He's trying to cut the waves, but Lexi is on the case, so Water can't get anything done.
Jasmine, the bold and the brave, holding this brush even at 1/10 of his health. They're looking for Water. There's a shadow kill.
The hero play for Water. Super Nemo this time tries to save it. Combo, he is gone. Nightmare Esports looking at match point as Lexi finally gets executed alongside Jasmine, but the firepower from Nightmare more than enough. A double kill for Juviana. Hold on, the wave actually got cleared out. Now he's down to Cammy, and by Lucy, Cammy hitting a wave, but there's no waves. As that comes back in time, stolen fist crack. Nightmare loses 4 out of 5 members, and Leon Esports by a shred of miracle holds on to this game, Leo.
It's not over till it's over. Leon, through sheer force of will, are able to maintain their composure and stay in game 3. But they do lose every single base turret. They lose every single lane. And they're looking at a lore dance that they have to play perfectly in about a minute and change. Nightmare, though, have a lot to think about. They were just 1 or 2 hits away from ending.
Greed was their downfall, one of the 7 deadly sins. But at least they still ended up doing permanent damage to Leon's base. No inhibitors, with a team that isn't really that good at wave clearing to begin with. This is Nightmare's game to lose.
Nightmare are just barely ahead here, 1,000 in value, but the map is all red. And this is against a lineup that has a chip. So the only real defense Nightmare has over this is their better wave clear when it comes down to it. Like mano y mano, kit per kit, Nightmare just clears waves faster. With the Farsa, with the Granger. And they have to watch out for Super Nemo. Oh lord, this is deja vu. Husky's deja vu. Nemo has to do this right this time.
Yeah, he's only got 1 shot, and that 1 shot comes at a time where it's gonna lose him the game. I mean, it has sort of happened in the previous game, but the risk has never been this big. The stakes have never been this high. But this one, he has to make it work. And it's already off to a bad start. Juviana gets kicks Super Nemo in with a shortcut. They're gonna full commit, looking for Ide, who flies over the wall. Water now presses Winter Crown, but he's isolated. Immortality swap. Water needs to get out of this with a dash. Good damage from Super Era. As the rest of Nightmare gets forced back, Super Nemo with the Immortality comes back to life. Cammy runs him down. 2 dead for Leon, and the fight is basically over.
2 free pickoffs. Everything thrown out by both squads. Nightmare holding out to Jasmine's flicker. Leon holding out to Juviana's, but he died. Didn't even get to spend it. Now we are looking at sub TikTok timers. Nightmare goes for the blitz. I don't think Leon should contest here. All they could do is have Super Hero check. Super Hero is playing with very dangerous range here. Gets put down to 1/10 of his health.
Ide not only pushes him away, but gets a purple buff for free in the process. This Lord could just be the game ender. I'm not really sure how Leon is going to defend against a Lord and the full might of Nightmare. Like Nightmare have to really drop the ball to make it work. All they have to do is sync up the waves, wait for the Lord to arrive in the base of Leon, and just tower lock, right? And just lock onto the crystal and bring themselves to a 3-0 match point situation.
We have crossed the threshold of TikTok timers, 20 minutes, 45 seconds. And now it's dawning on Leon Esports how far they are from locking in the MSC 2025 tickets to to the wild card to join 7 other teams hoping to go into the group stage. Water gets caught by a kick!
And they don't even need to kill him, right? They know that Water is there. Super Nemo was trying to look for a flank when the Lord is pushing down mid. What is this movement from Leon? This is not how you want to play the defense. Not at this moment. They got the right idea at the wrong time, and now the full force of Nightmare in the base. Crystal down to half health. Everyone is just getting slaughtered. Aggie cannot stay in the fight. The full wipeout. And Nightmare are one step away for taking that plane to go to Riyadh.
21 minutes, 30 seconds. You're down 2 members. And the map does not belong to you at all. You have no base turrets. Your base is at half health. That's not the right time to think about how far you are from winning this best of 7. Not a single point in, and now you're looking at match point. Nightmare Esports, Coach Elaine, all their fans in the Vikings Esports Stadium in Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam, saying one more win. Their MVP, Cammy. Oh, there it is, that juggle on the winner crown, the immortality, and the flicker off to the side. I think that was the game-winning sequence.
Yep, Cammy surviving more than long enough for Nightmare to initiate a clapback, because that was Leon's moment, right? That was Leon Esports' way of saying, if we get this one down, we are going to get control of the game, and we are going to find ourselves in a winning position. But Cammy just said no. Not this time. And despite Leon's best effort, Nightmare ended up winning it out in a drawn-out 21-minute game anyways. This is the second time Leon got a first-pick chip, but they still have not realized the true potential of what they can achieve with this chip.
Husky, it's not what you got, it's how you use it. And Nightmare have been using what? 3 of the same heroes in some configuration or another all series long, and they're making it work. Leon must be scratching their heads, clawing at the thought of, why can't we stop Nightmare? Why can we get up to a certain point, do well, and then just stop, plateau in our performance, in our learnings, and then just fold?
Yeah, I think it's we say Cammy was the one that really secured the big lead for Nightmare, but the person who started the entire sequence, we gotta give it to Bai Lucy, right? One of the old guards that started from RSG Philippines now with Nightmare Esports. The consecutive fist breaks, multiple members fist crack that gave Nightmare control of the game, that led them to a sequence of just Cammy being the main star of the show. The game 3 was a combination of game 1 and 2, right? They had picks from game 1 like Cho and Farsa, picks from game 2 like Granger, Badang, and the Hayabusa, and now one more game sets them apart from a ticket to Riyadh or a game 5.
Things have to change drastically for Leon.
しゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
Cubs, can you believe it? Nightmare Esports is at match point. They have to win one more game to make it to the wild card of MSC 2025. Husky, are you ready for this?
I'm so ready. I'm ready for Nightmare to complete the run that we didn't believe that they could, but I'm also ready for Leon to have one more chance at redemption, because from this point onwards, they can only afford W's. One more loss and the ticket is burned, and Nightmare will consume them and advance to the next league, the next stage of this qualifiers, which is the wildcards.
Match point for Nightmare, and I can feel it all the way from here in Manila, and for you in Kuala Lumpur. Everyone in the Vikings Esports Stadium in Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam are on their feet for Nightmare. I wonder where all the Leon fans are, because Husky, you and I, we won't lie, we were Leon fans before the series started, and now they are one loss away from the Nightmare coming true.
This is one of the more impressive runs, a fairy tale that some might say, right? Like Nightmare coming in as the second seed, a very turbulent group stage, whereas Leon, they had a smooth sailing one. Maybe it's Leon fooling a lot of us, and we didn't get to see Nightmare unleash their full potential until this grand finals, but they eventually did a slot to the MSC wildcards alongside 3 grand for the winner of this, and Nightmare, they are about to bag that 3 grand and that MSC slot.
And of course, whoever fails here, again, I can not choose my words any better, can only take home $1,000. And already RLG and KOG are watching with their $500 in their pockets, saying, we wish we could have done better. And now, Leon Esports have to do the best they ever have all MCC Season 5 long because they have to go for a reverse sweep. Husky, I can't tell you if I've ever casted a best of 7 wherein the reverse sweep began in Game 4, do or die. I don't think that's ever happened. There has always been at least a game somewhere prior to that.
Me neither. I've seen some, but haven't been a part of it myself. And for Coach Drake Bautista, this is probably the toughest point in his career as a coach with the team. You can say the same for the players, but for the coach, all of his game plans have...
They've had it with the Hayabusa. Tregartista has had it with the Hayabusa. Lexi has not played anything else except for a Fredrin and a Hayabusa. And now Tregartista is saying, get out of here.
I think right now for the side of Leon, the Hayabusa is a great ban, right? He has been giving them a lot of threats. I think if you want to, you know, really find a chance back into the game, you force Nightmare to pick heroes that they haven't been playing, they haven't been winning with, right? Force them to diversify that hero pool. Maybe that's where Leon can start finding ways to shut down Nightmare Esports.
So I'd reckon you force him off of the Granger, take him off of the Farsa, take him off of the Badang. These are all the picks that you should be prioritizing to destabilize Nightmare. There's the chip banned by Leon. No longer going to be touched by Nemo. And then Nightmare just banned the same 3 heroes. They just changed the order, but it's the same 3 heroes. Does Leon steal away the Granger? Can the Laotian Reed Richards no longer touch the Granger here?
I would like to say yes, but okay, so they do take the risk. Because I was slightly worried, right? Like you Granger first pick on blue side. It's not as common as it previously was anymore, but it's a risk that they're willing to take. Farsa for Nightmare. There's always Farsa Badang, Farsa Joy also, if they really want to go down that route. Maybe this is the game we see that Moskov get picked up by Nightmare, which I think is not too bad of a choice too.
Hey, they're taking it away from Kampasut Hanshana. Alright, the 20-year-old Granger specialist from Laos. And I think that's well worth it, but they could not steal away the Farsa. So I will still get his hands on it alongside a Baksha, which again, Coach Lane can do whatever he wants with this. XP lane, roam, jungler, like it's still up in the air. But Leon have definitely changed their tune now by picking up a Gatot early on and then locking in Waters Joy, who actually did very well. Like that Joy in Game 3, that was a work of art.
Yep, it was, right? Really consistently finding the back line. You know, he really was giving it his all to stall the game, to find crucial targets and make sure that every trade becomes a neutral one. But it is not going to be easy. You have a Gatot that might possibly end up dealing with a Baxia, and that is already a net negative. But also a Fredrin this time that is going to sandbag your Joy in these fights. And we haven't even seen that confirmation of the roamer, right? They could still go for Jasmine Cho to provide an extra layer of disruption towards Leon.
And Nightmare were setting this up. Nightmare wanted to get this in Game 1, if you'll remember. They played the Fredrin, they played the Farsa, Leon banned the Baksha then. So something tells me Nightmare is happy with this. Nightmare is comfortable with the way the draft is going so far. Leon bans out the Phoveus. Again, you want to protect your Joy from a huge purple man with a big... I don't even know what Phoveus weapon is nowadays after that rework, but good ban regardless, because you don't know what the XP lane is like.
And the Yeef ban too. So Nightmare is telling Leon Esports that, hey, we want to be in your face, and we've taken out heroes that can stop that from happening, right? No Jusin, no Yeef. They throw the ball, they pass it to Leon willingly, and they're telling Leon, can you get past this time? Because I think draft-wise, Nightmare once more coming up with good concepts, good ideas to cover all their bases without revealing much to Leon.
Husky, even worse. I think they're forcing Agi on a hero that has to play mid to short range, and they're punishing the lack of spatial awareness and use of technical volume on the mid laner from Leon. They're making him play close because they know that he can't do that very well. He's a Kimmy and Farsa specialist. Oh, Nightmare lock in a CC by Lucy, so we know where this box is going.
Such a good pick. If Leon wants to go for glue, CC solves the problem, right? You win the lane. That Luoyi that has been sidelined for majority of the series finally comes out for Leon Esports. And like you said, Agi has been struggling with, with mid-range heroes. Luoyi, slightly longer range, but a lot more skill is needed. A lot more, creative thinking is needed, which they couldn't achieve with the chip. Let's see if Agi is the key with this Luoyi. Terizla last pick for Leon.
Now suddenly, the weight is off of Nemo's shoulders. He's saying, Agi, it's on you now. As Juviana locks in his Terizla. Looking back, when was the last time and how well did he play that Terizla? Never has. All series long.
We had, I think, like one Terizla pick in the group stage, but that was pretty much it. Terizla has not been touched until this point, not that I remember. I'm gonna look back at the records. Group A, no Terizla.
It's in Leon too. It was Juviana's Terizla.
Oh yeah, it was against Rise of Raven.
Yeah. So this is not an unknown element. We know what he's capable of. It's just, how do they answer to Nightmare's momentum? Nightmare is on fire here. They pick up the Harith to close off their draft. So there is this very, very late game potential for them to clap back no matter what happens in the early to mid. Match point for Nightmare. Husky, oh, are you feeling this?
I'm not gonna lie, with the entire series coming to this point, I'm feeling very Nightmare right now. Funnily enough, this would have been a draft that I can see Leon Esports pick up a 1-1 if not for the Granger first pick, or maybe not the Farsar, right? On Nightmare's side. So for this entire series, 1-1 has not been touched at all, even though there are drafts that warrant that had the potential of seeing 1-1. And Nightmare Esports with this Farsa Harith, they're gonna show Leon how it's done, because Leon did play this draft, this Farsa Harith, they just didn't win the game.
Smash them.
Here we go. Do or die for Leon Esports.
Welcome.
Nightmare just one game away from locking in their slot in the MSC wildcard. So diagonal start for both junglers.
Or once Water has a faster clear in the jungle compared to 2 easy for Lexi. But look at this, Agi. He just cannot catch the break. Super Nemo really don't want to be in that position. That's Revitalize out.
Oh, that's a double TKO, Husky. Jasmine and Idid have sent both mid laners and junglers from Leon before the first minute.
That's the thing. Baksha into Gathot. You don't really want to interact with the Baksha. It's not like you can do much into the Farsa either. And the ID is getting free damage onto Super Nemo. So that's your mid lane. The story of the mid lane. Bottom lane should be okay for Juviana. It should get more and more durable as long as he doesn't directly interact with Lucy too much. What I do worry is when we look at the first objective take, I think Nightmare has a lot more tools to deal damage and secure those big ticket objectives.
That they do. And they're just chunkier overall. Water gets caught here by Jasmine. Water put down a half health. Super Nemo helping him secure, steal away that small camp. And now look at this, they're interacting down bottom. This is what I was gonna say is, before that, I don't know, rework or adjustment on Juviana, maybe CC wouldn't hurt as much because Badia Smith would be at a cap 35%, but now it's scaling. So early on, you're not as durable, you're not as strong.
Yeah. They're gonna jump Agi also mid. Good duality proc onto Idid, who hit level 4 but has to take a quick recall. And Agi sadly won't get his level 4. Not that it matters too much for Luoyi, as long as you have your rotation and dispersion, that's more than enough. Super Nemo with the Plum Top taunt. Trying to control 2 for Lexi, turtle down low, and don't even commit it still. Lexi finds the objective, and now Juviana can get blasted by the Feather Airstrike, will flicker to safety, find Lucy on him, but gets struck by the duality as Leon disengage.
Early use of the curtain call could have been tied with the Feathered Airstrike, but again, that's also what allowed for that turtle secure. So Nightmare happy with the slow roll that they have. Again, they're looking for a late game clapback. This is all on Cammy when it comes down to it, and Cammy's having a good time. Dropping that Zaman Force, chipping away at half the gold shield in the gold lane.
Also with the help of Jasmine, who was just, you know, in Super Era's face, and Super Era doesn't have the courage to walk back into the lane, fearing that Jasmine might end up chipping his health bar away. So these small movements are allowing Nightmare to get minuscule leads. And once more for Leon Esports, they have to play from behind, even though he doesn't feel like it.
A minute until the next turtle spawns. Oh, I did. Gets caught by water here. Early use of the electrifying beats. Brought the stacks off of the Little Wanderer. Jasmine on a half health. A 10th!
Only there was a Sky Piercer, so Jasmine walks out. Supernova now gets caught. Was back in with the AOG, and even Revitalize was used. So Leon, they lose no one.
Respectable burst coming in from Super Era already. That's what sent Jasmine home so quickly. But looking at the laning, he's about a step behind Cammy. And when you're talking about net worth, they're okay. It's just a matter of Cammy getting out of the lane faster.
The fact that Cammy took half the plating from the turret, and still Super Era is almost even in terms of gold is mad impressive. He's gonna get jumped up by the Diamond Force, so Super Era forced out of the lane, and this is where that gold deficit will start building up. Cammy getting a free fat wave for himself.
Whoop, Jasmine. Checking range with Juviana and Super Nemo. Lexi gets a taunt.
Taunt duality into the penalty zone, and that's going to be Feather Airstrike as a response. Another duality prompt into an AOG. First blood for Juviana. As Cammy arrives at the scene, electrifying beast as they taste the electric chair, double kill for water. And finally, Leon finds a meaningful lead.
A moment of hesitation from Nightmare leads to massive losses. 3 free kills plus the turtle. Leon now in the lead. Curious why Cammy suddenly just got cold feet. Cammy just like, alright, never mind, I have the Zaman Force, but I don't want to fight.
Weird too, considering he does have to purify. But the Airstrike completely missing everything. After the diversion back up from Agi. Unfortunately, wave was still out, so it amounts to nothing. But this is 1,000 gold lead for Leon.
This is significant, given how slow the game has gone. This will definitely give Leon the go signal that we're ready for it and we can cut through their comps and find good diversions. Jasmine dashing around. This is dangerous. We've seen the burst that Leon have early on. Now they're just building up towards their cores. Oh wow, look at this. The blitz on the lane here. Tier 1 goes in the bottom.
Been destroyed.
Man, from what I was expecting, they freed the Granger from his lane, but still they were the first one to lose a tier 1. Super Nemo unfortunately can't really get too much done. It's Nightmare winning on the macro game, right? That 1k goalie has evaporated. It's now even again.
Leon did not see that push down bottom coming. Again, who would have thought that a CC and a Harith would converge that quickly for a push like that? And now look at this mid. Might be a movement here from Nightmare. They send back the Harith up top. They're setting up for another push because Turtle's down bottom. Leon will want to contest for the Turtle.
Cammy having the game of his life, or should I say the series of his life. Hard wave will be dealt with. That means that Leon doesn't get to have the say in controlling the Turtle Pit, which Nightmare is already working on it. Lexi just needs to clear out the skill Lizard Camp and he will be in position almost in the same level as Water as time passes.
Contrary though, I think Leon can do both. They can contest lanes and go for the turtle because they have a diversion, but they're not using it. They're just straight up walking up.
Some flashbacks with the chip of Super Nemo where the creative angles, but they prefer a more honest approach. And this is only on the Jasmine. And the tempo on his life. Cammy comes in with the Zaman Force, instantly forced back by Water. Super Era gets out, but Water gets taunted up. 1-for-1 trade, too easy for Lexi, goes for more. In fact, Super Era gets blasted somehow, so Nightmare wins.
That's 1 core for 2. Nightmare win out the bargain. What an exchange. They're pushing Super Nemo back. It's just the Chunkies and Agi left. Nightmare with the last turtle of the game. And is there enough firepower on Juviana to take this turret? No! Ida's gonna be able to defend. Macro mastery on display by Nightmare.
Better airstrike came back off cooldown, so the last catapult was taken care of. They used a diversion to try and get something done on the top lane, but ended up getting nothing. And now it's a 1k gold lead, but for Nightmare instead.
Husky, this is...
Super Era went for Malefic Roar instead of a Sky Piercer. That explains why Jasmine survived.
Yep, and I understand why he did this too. Again, this is a catch-all solution when you're playing against a very chunky lineup. Imagine all the armor and the HP that you have to go through on Nightmare with the Baksha, the Fredrin, the CC. I think Super Era is making a good decision. It's just in the moment he needed that kill, didn't get it.
Instantly revealed. Again, penalty zone. Actually catching 3 for Lexi, which now they will find out. Jasmine gets jumped on, taunted up. That is going to be a kill going over to the side of Leon. Juviana with the collection.
Alright, curious decision for Jasmine to just take that and make it look like they were going for a fight, but instead just stands there. I guess he was setting up for the rest of Nightmare to collapse onto Leon for a late entry, but that plan went out the door. Nightmare just defensive maneuvers here, regrouping in mid. They lost that tier 1 up top.
So the pendulum swings once more. Leon gets the goal lead back, although they're pretty insignificant. Nightmare holding that bottom side of the river. Aims to slow down just a little bit until the first Lord spawns.
Alright, there's the Sky Piercer, finally built on the Super Era. 0 stacks on it though, as of now. And still this gold lead is marginal, you know, slowly to Leon. They have a better footing, they have better ground covered. But Nightmare have a lot of resources. 10 seconds off of Jasmine's Revitalize and they would be all ready. Both teams looking to jockey for position on this first Lord. And mid is a priority. Like whoever lets go first loses a mid lane tier 1.
Oh yeah. Leon, they are the ones that start unleashing the Lord. Although, tools of engagement, better for Leon. Better airstrike is used as well. And Gita can steal Super Era now, almost getting ID'd with Water coming in, revitalized to pop up the rest of the team. And Leon now have gotten possession of the mid lane and the Lord pit.
And the Retribution pulled there by Water. Interesting that Nightmare forced way more resources out of Leon than otherwise.
Still missed the attempt to kill off ID'd, but at one point he scurries away with the wings by wings. Still has Flicker to work with too. No diversion for Agi, but they have penalty zones. But the airstrike forces Water out. Now Nightmare gets control of the Lord. There's no diversion, so no sneaky play. It's gotta be an honest entry. Here he comes, penalty zone on the 2 with the AOG follow-up, but Water does go down. The Lord secured by Nightmare Esports, by Lucy once more as the Harvester. As 3 go down for Leon. Super Era gets jumped on Agi with the diversion. The great escape, but Nightmare Esports wins the trade anyways.
3 for none plus the Lord. It's gone sideways. Juviana went for the backline, but he went a little too far. Did not affect enough of Nightmare to stop the Lord take. And still Nightmare had all those extra resources to reposition and clap back, deal significant damage to the heroes that matter. Down goes that tier 2, down goes Agi, and there's still a Lord marching down mid. Oh, down bottom too, oh.
This has just gone from
Blue team turret
worse,
has been destroyed.
almost irreparable. One more pick-up like that and Nightmare is going to set themselves up for a trip to Riyadh. First Lord crashing bottom inhibitor. The siege not the best this medium range attack, but they have enough wave in the middle lane to make a dent. Juviana with the penalty zone point blank and ends up giving his life away as the base collapses around Leon Esports. Nightmare taking one step closer to Riyadh.
Two lanes have been exposed. The base is now in jeopardy. Leon Esports have to go into recovery mode. They have to defend. Juliana can't throw his body willy-nilly like this. Super Nemo have to get perfect AOGs. Catch and force purifies. Force flickers. Better dare strike. Pushing Super Era out.
And Jasmine finishes him off with the help of Idit. And this could be it. Leon Nightmare just broke the entire base of Leon. 3 more members left alive. Water, one last attempt, but there's just no way into the backline. Minimum waves are pushing in too. The catapult finally cleared out. The bottom one is also pretty low. Leon, one more lifeline. 13 seconds for Super Nemo, 13 for Super Era. Midwave coming in as Nightmare looks for the coup de grace. Cammy locks onto the crystal. They take out Aggie in the process. Juliana also gets jumped on. The Praise of Grab misses, but there's nothing left. As Leon Esports just reeling in pain, watching as the pace go down. Super Era and Super Nemo now the next layer of defense. AOG on the tree. They take out the Fredrin, but Leon will eventually be consumed by Nightmare Esports as the fairy tale to Riyadh is completed and materializes. The Laos second seed makes a trip to MSC wildcards.
The dream has come true for Nightmare Esports. Wake up, babe! They're going to MSC. They're joining Legion Esports in the wildcard, representing Mekong. They are your M Challenge Cup Season 5 champions.
$3,000 and a trip to wildcards in a month in July to play against the biggest teams from around the globe in what a fashion that they've earned this right. A sweep over Leon Esports. The Grim Reaper prevailed in the very end.
And of course, it's the Laotian Reed Richards. Cammy on the Harith had a relatively difficult early game, but then once he felt that it was go time, he never looked back. 6 kills straight up, and then no one could stop him from there. This was a relatively fast game too.
It was. One Lord was all it took to end the game. Once he got that Holy Crystal, it was lights out for Leon Esports. I could have sworn that Cammy was the MVP for the entire series from game 1 up till now. A series that he needed to play and he delivered.
Yes, confirmed it was just one Lord, but it was a tight Lord. It was a close Lord because I think even Leon Esports knew that if they did not finish Nightmare then and there, if they did not get that Lord and close up the farming avenues for Cammy, it would have been over. And I guess that's why Juliana jumped the gun and hit the penalty zone that deep, is because he wanted to end it quick. But Nightmare turned it on him. A sweep, what? We're talking about Laos #1, Leon Esports, getting swept by Nightmare.
We were expecting a sweep in favor of Leon, but a sweep happened. Just that not in the way that we picture it to be, but it's a sweep nonetheless. Nightmare Esports gets to celebrate this moment.
Alright, let's give Nightmare this moment to raise the trophy. 3, 2, 1. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your M Challenge Cup champions, Nightmare Esports, out of Laos. The last time we saw them on the world stage was in the what was that? The M6 World Championship. They were also in the wild card. They could not make it out of then, but they bagged $9,000 in late 2024. Here, they're taking home $3,000 just for qualifying.
Last year they joined Legion Esports. This year they get another chance to join Legion Esports at the mid-season cup. Legion Esports, of course, still the strongest that we've had from the region itself, from Vietnam, but it's a good old reunion in Riyadh for these two.
Mekong is held down by 2 superpowers. One, Legion Esports, the other, Nightmare. Man, now I want to watch what that Laos qualifier looked like. How did Leon slay Nightmare?
Yeah, I think for Leon, I mean, it is a valiant run, right? Not how they wanted to end this. They expected it to be closer, but they put up a good fight. We see glimpses of brilliance. It's just when push comes to shove, Nightmare just pulled it off. They just came out on top when it mattered the most.
And what a time for their imports to come in. Again, I did in mid. amazing mid laner, able to protect himself. By Lucy, holding down the XP lane, able to keep it down dead, and even be big parts of big, significant team fights. Definitely impact players, all of them. And I'm sure Coach Elaine, very, very proud.
Yeah, I'm sure too. I think, now they have a month to prep. They have a month to get themselves ready for the biggest stage of their life, the Boulevard. They haven't had the chance to visit it last year, but now they finally will take that step overseas in July.
Amazing work. Once again, the team that went up and down, struggled all throughout the group stage. In the playoffs, lost their first game in that best of 5 against KOG, are now going to MSC. All right, just to correct you, Husky, they did go to the Boulevard, but they did not see the fully built arena just yet. So now they will.
Now they will. It's again, it's a revisit, right? Being able to go back once a year. Not many people get to experience that. So happy for Nightmare.
That is priceless. That's the big prize, I think. Besides the 3,000 USD, I'm not gonna say no to that, but the opportunity to experience a world-class tournament, to meet so many teams, and to potentially be part of the group stage. That is what Nightmare here won wholeheartedly, and so dominantly too. Again, a sweep. Folks, if you missed it, then you missed a lot, because Leon didn't see this coming. I didn't see it coming.
None of us did. We spent the whole qualifiers building Leon to be the representative, to be the one that is the next generation, the up and coming, but some old gods are just too hard to beat.
Nightmare Esports has been representing the Mekong region for the better part of half a decade now. And I'm sure all the fans in the arena, once again, they were playing live out of the Vikings Esports Stadium in Ho Chi Minh City. They were coming alive. They all flew out to support their squad. And Leon Esports, GG well played, but the road ends there. For now, we are calling it to an end. Husky, thank you so much for joining me on this journey. Any final words before we say goodbye?
Just an honor to be working with you, Leo, and also be casting the Mekong qualifiers for the second season in a row. And now all eyes are going to be on the rest of the world and who qualifies to MSC and the wildcards. I guess I'll see everyone in the Boulevard.
Likewise, and on behalf of everyone making this broadcast possible, Noel in the back, and everyone making the show as awesome as it was on ground, all the players, all the teams, thank you all for joining us. Once again, my name is Leo. His name is Husky. It's been an honor to be at your service. Good night, and we will see you at MSC.
う